We're out of time. We'll watch, see if the Artemis 2 mission moves forward or not. They're in those discussions right now.
We'll keep you posted throughout the day. Keep it right here on Fox 35.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We know it is still cold out there this morning. A lot of impacts to that. We will talk about that coming up in just a few minutes, but I do want to go ahead and let you know as we kind of get started here, some of the things that we are keeping an eye on and that we will have for you in the next little bit here on Fox 35 News Plus. First of all, I can tell you that Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is in Florida and is getting ready to tour Blue Origin, their facility at Cape Canaveral, where he is going to tour that facility. He is going to speak with the Blue Origin leaders. He is also going to deliver some remarks and speak in front of the Blue Origin workers there, and that is coming up around noon. We will be able to live stream that for you when that begins and when we get that feed coming in. So again, that'll be around the noon hour that will be happening. But the Secretary of War here in Florida, part of what he's called his Arsenal of Freedom tour, continuing that today by touring that 750,000 square foot facility at Rocket Park, where they make the New Glenn rocket and a number of other things there. So we'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. We are also standing by for an update any minute now from the Pima County Sheriff's Office, where the sheriff there, Chris Nanos, expected to give an update momentarily about the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, who is the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. She was reported missing over the weekend, last seen, I think, around 9:30 on Saturday night. She lives in the Tucson, Arizona area. There have been some things that have been concerning. There have been ongoing searches, and so we are awaiting an update any minute now from the Pima County Sheriff's Office, and we will bring that to you as soon as it begins. Again, that is expected around 9 o'clock a.m. Arizona time, so that's going to be any minute now here, and we will bring that to you live as soon as that begins. But right now, let me give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando on this Monday morning. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And okay, Brooks, we have survived the past couple of mornings, but they were cold. We've seen a lot of impacts in our area from it as well.
I mean, absolutely. You don't have to be on like a strawberry farm or a citrus farm to see it. Landscaping just annihilated. We've had so much landscaping destroyed. I went to a random coffee shop this morning, just real quick, just down the street here, and it's in one of these like really nice plazas where they have all the fancy sort of South Florida palm trees. They're all black. Oh. It's like the Upside Down in Stranger Things, where it's a familiar landscape, but everything's different. All the green's gone. All that luscious vegetation's just gone. And
it's sad to see it.
And a lot of money out the window, too, because those palm trees aren't cheap. We had crotons that got taken out, fire spike that got taken out, an areca palm tree that got taken out, all the, I believe it's called Shafia, those sort of umbrella tree shrubs. So a lot of damage, at least at our house, but I think we're going to replace it if we need to with Florida native stuff, so it can withstand the next freak freeze in 20 years. We get these every once in a while, and certainly we've had the biggest one since 2010, and then before that, in the late 1980s. Daytona Beach right now, still cold at 38 degrees. The water is beautiful and blue, though. That's the cruel part of it. You want to get in, but it's just too cold to go to the beach. 45 through this hour, then we'll warm up to 55 today by 4 o'clock. So it's going to be a warmer day than yesterday by some 10 degrees. You'll notice it. It won't be as windy either. The edge of the real Arctic blast is taken off, but it's not going to be warm enough to really thaw us out yet, because tonight we're going to cool down yet again to freezing. Now, it won't be as cold as it was this morning, but we will be in the low 30s and upper 20s, depending on where you are. About 29 Bithlo, 32 Orlando, 22 Ocala, 21 in Gainesville. Places like Nellen, Western Marion County could once again see upper teens tonight. Freeze warning is in effect, by the way. This is until 9 a.m. for basically the whole region, except for Pinellas County and part of Hillsborough County, where Tampa Bay is, because it's a little warmer there with the water. And the exception also being the Panhandle, not because it's going to be warmer, but because their growing season is decidedly over, so there's no point in issuing another freeze warning because they've frozen so much. So over the next 3 days, we'll go from 63 on Tuesday, tomorrow, to 71 Wednesday. Nice warm-up. It's going to feel like springtime. And then on Thursday, a couple of showers come through with another cold front. Now, this front will not be anywhere near as potent as the one we just got through this weekend. In fact, that may have been the worst of the winter. So we look forward to some warmer times ahead. And one symptom of that is we start hitting these critical anniversaries in the weather world. One of them being today, February 2nd, 2007, the 19-year anniversary of the Groundhog Day tornado outbreak that killed over 30 people in Central Florida. A tornado that reached EF3 strength went from basically the Gulf all the way across the state through the villages into then Volusia County, causing all kinds of damage. So it's that time of year we're going to start watching out for that stuff. Of course, you remember February 28th back in 1998. That was the night of the tornadoes, where Kissimmee had some huge tornadoes. There was a whole outbreak around the region, inspired the A&E movie Night of the Tornadoes. And of course, this past year, March 10th, we had the tornado actually hit the TV station. So we're getting toward that season very quickly, where spring starts to roll in, winter starts to battle it, but ultimately spring will persevere and summer will come. So we're going to see a high about 70 degrees as we head into the day Wednesday ahead of this cold front. Cold front comes through, doesn't look to pack anything severe, and it's not really going to be the strongest of fronts, but it will bring some showers into the region and some cooler weather as we head into the end of the work week before we bounce back again. So today's Groundhog Day. Punxsutawney Phil saw his shadow, and his folklore states he will jump back into his burrow for another 6 weeks of winter. Today's Fox 35 Storm Team alert for the cold continues. It's just going to be a chilly afternoon. Our typical high 73. Tomorrow will be 10 degrees colder than that before we kind of get closer to normal Wednesday, but still below normal. 63 Thursday, and then back up to about 70 for the weekend. It'll be a beautiful weekend, I think, but just a little cooler than maybe would be considered typical for this time of year. But yeah, I mean, Garrett, as far as emerging from this Arctic blast, now we're going to start thinking about economic impact. And this could easily be well over $100 million in damage to agriculture and landscaping across Central Florida. This is a big freeze.
Yeah, and craziest to think, all in 2 days. I
Right.
mean, all over the course of the weekend, and here we are. And,
Yeah.
it doesn't take long when you're talking about those brutal temperatures like we saw.
Yeah. Something as routine as low to mid-20s for places up north can be so devastating down here.
Yeah, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You bet. Thanks, Garrett.
Before we go to break here, I do want to just let you know we are still standing by for that update any minute now from the Pima County Sheriff's Office in Arizona, giving an update on Nancy Guthrie. So we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back with more after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now inside the Pima County Sheriff's Office in Arizona, where we are awaiting an update any minute now from the Sheriff, Chris Nanos. Expected to give an update about the search and the investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. You see the poster on the right there that has been posted and shared on social media. Was last seen Saturday night at her home in the Tucson area. You see it says missing person, vulnerable adult. According to reports, she has some physical ailments, but no cognitive issues. This is the mother of Savannah Guthrie, who is the one of the hosts of the Today Show. And so this is a story that has been getting a lot of national attention in the past couple of days. Searchers over the weekend using drones, using canines to look for Nancy Guthrie, but there have not been, we haven't gotten many updates as far as that she has been found. So we're awaiting this update from the sheriff any minute now. There have been some final preparations taking place and getting ready for that news conference to begin. This is it's 9 a.m. Mountain Time in Arizona right now. You can see another microphone being added to that podium. As I said, this is a story that's been getting a lot of attention. The sheriff has said previously that this is a case that has stood out to them. They got the homicide team involved in the investigation and these efforts over the weekend as well, and they said that is not necessarily standard practice, but it is something that they said they felt was helpful for this because of, he said, what was described to them at the scene, what they've located searching at that scene. Foul play has not been ruled out, but we don't have any details right now. Savannah Guthrie, the Today Show host, has released a statement essentially thanking everyone for their thoughts and prayers and messages of support, and saying right now their focus is on the safe return of Nancy. So we are standing by for this update. We will bring it to you live as soon as it begins. But like we said, anticipating some more details about this, because there have been pretty large search efforts over the weekend since Nancy Guthrie was last seen and reported missing on Saturday night. So we will bring you that news conference when it does begin. Right now, we are also continuing to track the impact of the cold weather here in Central Florida. Another, 2 hard freezes over the past 2 nights, causing some issues in a number of different aspects, including with the agriculture community and businesses around here. Specifically at Southern Hills Farm, they had some major damage and issues that happened over the weekend after their irrigation system appeared to break, and it just caused some issues where their fields were covered in ice. And Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz was back out there again this morning to talk with them about how they're moving forward right now.
It is quite icy, as you can see behind us, but we're here with Kyle with Southern Hill Farms to tell us a little bit about how it's been going. First of all, tell us how the last few days have been going for you guys.
It's been a long few days, especially 2 nights ago. It was a long night.
I saw your social media. I saw your father posting it, and just what have you guys been doing the last few days? I know it's been restless few nights. Yeah, 2 nights ago I think we got down to 21 degrees, and the winds were blowing 25 miles an hour sustained, it's too cold to protect anything really. We actually decided not to run water on most of our fields because we just knew that it was too much. But we did turn on some fields, and those fields, it was, I wouldn't say a disaster, but close to a disaster. We had pipes breaking, and the plants just had too much ice on them, falling over, and we were just up there.
All right, it looks like the sheriff has walked up to the podium here in Pima County, Arizona. Let's go ahead and listen in.
My local media knows that. We'll get started. I believe it was around noon yesterday we got a call to the Guthrie residence that Nancy Guthrie, 84 years old, was missing. We expended a lot of resources for a missing person that we typically always do. Our search and rescue volunteers, our search and rescue teams, other agencies, Borstar from Border Patrol sent their canines out. They worked tirelessly all day yesterday and all day tonight. I'm sorry, all day yesterday, all last night. To no avail. As I said yesterday, we saw some things at the home that were concerning to us. We believe now, after we process that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime, and we're asking the community's help. This community has always stepped up to help us solve some pretty tough crimes. I'm looking for that again. This is a 84-year-old lady who suffers from some physical ailments, has some physical challenges, is in need of medication. Medication that if she doesn't have in 24 hours, it could be fatal. So we make a plea to anyone who knows anything about this, who has seen something, heard something, to contact us. Call 911. We don't need another bad, tragic ending. We need some help. Our team is the best. I couldn't speak any higher. I think you know that. We have done some great work with our partners in the Valley. You know, this community, I have to give a lot of thanks to our law enforcement agencies all across this valley, whether it's the Tucson Police Department or some of the smaller agencies. They've all reached out. They've all offered to assist. The FBI, all of them. We work so close with them, and they are all plugged in. We'll continue to work closely with them. But what I really need is I need this community to step up and start giving us some calls. Let us know if you've seen something. We are right now at a time, and I apologize, everybody tells me I talk too softly. We are at a time where, in this investigation, we're now moving forward where we need to depend on technology. You know, our license plate readers, our camera systems throughout the community, anything, everything. And we will download all that data we have from the home, from different pieces of technology we've gotten, and we will use that to our advantage. But the reason I bring this up is that, you know, I'm a cop. I hate politics, but I have to remind our political leaders that they need to quit this banter of every time law enforcement leaders come to you for a need, that you give up these ridiculous remarks about how it's going to be misused. AI is a bad, evil word. The cameras are very bad and evil. I'm tired of that. Those tools in the right hands, with the right minds and the right approaches, are extremely valuable to solving crimes just like this. We need that. We need more staffing. We need a lot of things. But what I really need is I need the community's help with this. So I want to make sure I didn't, before I take any questions, it is a crime scene. We know that. She needs her daily medication. And anybody that sees anything that even looks, hey, maybe that's her, just take a quick picture. Take a video, send it to us. The number is real easy here locally. It's 911. You can contact our 88 crime and remain anonymous. You can call me. anybody. I am here to take any questions you may have. It will be a little limited. I apologize for that, but we do have a crime that we need to protect its integrity. I have here Sergeant David Stivers from our homicide team. He has been up all night, so bear with us if we are a little bit fuzzy in our answers and responses, but we're both here for any questions you may have. Let's start, please.
Recognizing your limitations, but can you elaborate at all on what makes you believe it's a crime scene as opposed to someone who left home and just couldn't find her way back?
Well, I think I told you, she is very limited in her mobility, right? We know she didn't just walk out of there. That we know. There are other things at the scene that indicate there was she did not leave on her own. We know that.
If you don't have plate readers, is there a vehicle associated with this?
When I told you we're now at the phase where we're looking at all the technology, all of that is being evaluated as we speak. Let me say this: we've not just thrown our search and rescue team out there. They are going to be doing some door-to-door with our criminal investigation team. It is not just our homicide unit. All of our criminal investigation detectives. I went out last night to the scene. There were probably 100 cars out there, all from the Sheriff's Department, all working this case. It takes a lot of manpower and a lot of energy. This team of mine worked throughout the night. They continue to work. David's had zero sleep, but he and his team are working as hard as they can.
Is there anybody else associated with her, a caregiver, family member, acquaintance, who is also missing in some of your
No. The family, all of the family has been very cooperative with us. They're working with us. They're staying in touch with us. They have complete access to anybody on this department. Savannah has been in touch with us as well. Our hearts go out to them. This is their mom. She's just a great lady from what I've heard, and I feel for the family. We just want to find her and bring her back safe.
Sheriff, you mentioned that she didn't just walk out, but is there any additional information that you can give us on what may have alluded to this being a crime scene?
I wish I could. I really do. I know that everybody wants to know certain things, but I can't do that it would be inappropriate at this time.
Are there signs of breaking and entering or any forced entry, anything like that?
I again don't want to get into that. David, can you see anything here?
At this time, it's still a very active investigation. There were circumstances on scene that we believe are suspicious in nature, I think is the best way to put it, but we can't really get into a whole lot of details with that.
Do you believe that this was targeted, or they just happened to hit Savannah Guthrie's mom, or if this was just random?
We don't know that. We look at all of that, but we just don't know that.
Do they have cameras at the home?
They do, and we're looking through some of that. Yeah.
With this being an active crime scene, is there any threat to the general public?
Trying to figure out my phone. Well, no, I don't think there's an active threat, but I hate to say that because, we're going to canvass that neighborhood, and maybe there's a prowler been seen around. There's a lot of work still to do. We don't have any indication that that the public is in danger.
And what does that search look like today beyond what you've already told us about last night?
So we have shut down our search and rescue mission, and we've sent them home to rest. They were out all night. Look, we put all our air assets into this, our drone systems, our aircraft, our helicopters, heat sensors, infrared, everything we've thrown at this. They're going to step aside. We'll call them out again if we need to do more searching. But right now, we don't see this as a search mission as much as we do a crime scene.
Sheriff, can you tell us a little bit about that map?
That is, and David probably can better answer it than I, But that is our search patterns, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So with all the assets that we deployed yesterday with the search and rescue teams, the map that's on the screen is basically tracks that were followed. Those are all, the colored lines are all ground tracks of different teams and different assets that were used on the ground, to include the canines, the volunteers, and our own search and rescue team. The circles are going to be representative, if not necessarily perfect, of our air circulation with both our helicopter and our fixed-wing aircraft at night, working with the night time cameras. So difficult to see where the house is. The house is basically pretty close to center in that, and then all of the searching that went on throughout the day with those folks out there on the ground.
What this really helps with is our search teams, when they come back and reassess, maybe they've missed an area, we can look at it and say, hey, you know what, this area could use a little more coverage, and so they concentrate again. Our search and rescue team is top-notch. They're out every single day. If it's not a lost person, it's a hiker, it's somebody who's wandered away from a care home, whatever it may be. I want to stress to you, right, and it is really important, Miss Guthrie, Nancy Guthrie, is of great sound mind. This is not a dementia related. She is as sharp as a tack. The family wants everybody to know this isn't somebody who just wandered off. Her physical limits are based on just age, and we get old, and so it's more physical. But clearly, she is as sharp as a tack.
Do you have her cell phone, and does that present any tracking potential?
We're looking at that as we speak.
But do you have it, or do you not?
We do have it.
Can you give us a little bit more of a timeline? Because you said she didn't leave on her own. She was last seen at 9:45. She wasn't reported missing until noon. But
I believe what happened there was at 9:45 in the evening, her children left her off. At some time earlier that morning, they got a call from somebody at the church who said, hey, your mom's not here. The family went to the house. I'm thinking they spent some time looking for her themselves before they called us, so I'm guessing maybe they got there around 11. So they did some searching and realized we need some help, and they called 911.
Do you have any idea what time Nancy would have been taken from the home?
There's a lot of things working there, and I just can't say that right now.
Has Savannah Guthrie, has she had any threats to herself at all?
We've spoken to her. We'll continue to work with that. She has a security team that's been in touch with us throughout the night, but we're not going to dismiss any angles for sure. But right now, immediately, we don't know of anything like that.
Is she in town or on the way here?
She's here.
Can you give us any more? What should somebody be looking for? Because when I was out in the neighborhood, the neighbors are obviously incredibly concerned. But is there anything, a tip? I mean, one neighbor stopped me and he didn't know if he should call you or not.
Oh my goodness!
But
Call.
So what should somebody be looking for?
Well, first of all, I'd ask them, go through their cameras. Go through their Ring cameras, whatever cameras they may have. Don't dismiss it that, oh, well, we really can't see the house. They still might see something. Maybe it's somebody walking by. Maybe it's a vehicle driving by at that time of day. But go through all your cameras in that neighborhood and tell us if you see something. Maybe somebody already, we know this happens, right? Oh, I saw something suspicious, but I didn't think it was worth calling in, so I didn't call it in. Well, now it's call in anything you've seen or heard. Maybe it's a neighbor telling you, I saw this or I heard that. Call us. Don't tell the neighbor to call us. Tell the neighbor to call us, but you call us as well. We'll put it together. We'll get, trust me, I'm sure we're going to get inundated with a lot of calls. We'll handle that.
Did she live alone?
I believe, yes, she did, yeah.
Were there any caregivers who are normally associated with her?
Well, she has house staff that comes by, takes care of the yard, whatever, in her house and that, but those people we'll be talking with and have talked to some of them already.
But nobody's like a live-in or anything?
Nobody actually lives with her, no. Like I say, she's of great sound mind, and she is mobile. It's just, it's a challenge for her to get, as the family says, she couldn't walk 50 yards by herself, so. I'm sorry.
Somebody asked about the FBI if they're involved.
We, like I said, we work closely with all of our partners, whether they're FBI, ATF, ICE, whoever. We know that they have certain capabilities and certain resources, just as we have certain capabilities and resources. So yes, we'll continue to work with them, and they've offered assistance to us. We accept that assistance, and we offer assistance. But just last week, the FBI called us to handle a shooting that involved Border Patrol. You need to know that. That's just day-to-day routine work for the law enforcement in Pima County in Tucson. We work very closely with our partners.
With the amount of time that's gone by, how wide do you cast in the net? Statewide, national?
Well, yes, national for sure. I'm hoping the national media's picked up on this. We've gotten a lot of reports, but statewide as well, with Amber Alerts, things like that. All of those things we use. Every tool we have, we will use. You guys are too easy. Thank you so much. I apologize for being late. I apologize for my political rhetoric of the Board of Supervisors or the City Council. I just get so frustrated, and you know, we just can't do this job without their support. We don't need political statements from the dais and mumbo jumbo. We need them to listen to their law enforcement leaders and really pay attention to the fact that we understand that there's a great potential for abuses in today's world with the technology that's available to us. But you have to, at some point in time, have some faith and trust in your leadership in the law enforcement community to know and understand that we too were elected here to provide a service to our community. I can't think of a community in this planet that wouldn't tell you, number one is public safety. Everybody just wants to be able to know that they can go outside and enjoy their community and come home and be safe at night in their rooms, asleep in bed. And this lady wasn't able to accomplish that. That's a sad statement. We need her back. We need to find her. And time is very critical. She is 84. She needs her meds. Her family needs her too. Thank you so much for being here.
Doesn't have David say his first and last name and spelling?
Oh, sure. My name is Sergeant David, common spelling D-A-V-I-D, Stivers, S-T-I-V as in Victor, E-R-S.
So what's your title?
Sergeant.
Thank you, guys.
It's a news conference wrapping up in Pima County Sheriff's Office. All right. Yes, it has wrapped up there and got some new information. Still a lot of questions, obviously, some things that they would not say, but they did confirm that they are investigating this as a crime, that the home where Nancy Guthrie disappeared from is a crime scene. They said she did not leave on her own. They talked about things that they found at the home that were concerning, that were suspicious. They did not specify what those things might be. They said it would be inappropriate right now to go into those things, still wanting to kind of keep those secret as they investigate right now. But they have really transitioned from a search and rescue operation now to a crime investigation in this. They said she is 84 years old. Nancy Guthrie is. Let me show her this the missing poster again here for you. 84 years old, as you see there. They said she has some physical challenges, but has a great mind. They said she does, though, need her daily medication, and that if she doesn't have that within 24 hours, that it could be fatal. And so that is their big concern right now, is finding Nancy Guthrie. They're asking for help from the community. They want neighbors to look at their cameras. They want anyone who may have seen anything to call investigators because they certainly are concerned right now. There still are a lot of questions about what may have happened. And as we heard from the sheriff, still a lot of details that they are holding close to the vest at this point. But they are going to be using technology, their own cameras, license plate readers, things like that, saying their hearts go out to this woman's family, including Savannah Guthrie, the host of the Today Show, who the sheriff said is in Arizona helping with these efforts as the family does everything that they can. They also said they don't know right now if this may have been something that was targeted, but they did say they don't have any information that the public there in the Tucson area is in danger. So we're continuing to monitor that. If there are any other updates throughout the day, we will bring them to you. But that live news conference wrapping up just a moment ago from the Pima County Sheriff's Office, now investigating the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie as a crime. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. State Attorney General James Uthmeier was in Tampa earlier today holding a news conference at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement office there, where they talked about a number of cases and sentences for people involved in some child porn, racketeering, trafficking cases as well. The placard on the podium said prosecuting predators, which is something that the Attorney General says is a top priority of their office. And so they really went into several different cases, talking about how their office is moving forward with those cases. You're going to hear from the Attorney General, the FDLE Commissioner as well, speaking at that news conference in Tampa just a little bit ago.
Everybody, it's good to be back here in Tampa. I'm joined this morning by FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass, HSI Assistant Special Agent in Charge Michael Calvo, St. Petersburg Police Department Chief Anthony Holloway, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office Chief Deputy Joseph Maurer, and from our Office of Statewide Prosecution, Special Counsel Rita Peters. This morning is another opportunity to send a clear message to all predators out there, child molesters, traffickers, people that want to go after the most vulnerable in our state, that we take this more seriously than anything else. Going after predators is our #1 priority, and that is not going to change. So we've got a few different announcements this morning. First, we secured a conviction and will have sentencing this week in the case of Marquette James. This is an individual who faces 4 criminal counts, multiple counts of human trafficking and racketeering. This individual was preying upon young women. What makes this case interesting is The federal government under the Biden administration had this case for a number of years and chose not to do anything with it. They did not prosecute. Once the administration changed and the Trump administration came in, HSI reached out to the state seeking some help, wanting to work together, and work together we did. We got this scumbag. He's going to face 120 years plus behind bars, and that's not enough time. So we're going to continue to investigate. We will add additional charges as necessary, and we will make sure we send a message again. Stay away from our women and children. We also have two child pornography cases, two takedowns to talk about today. One, Lucas Jose Harayez, here in the country on a visa. He's the owner of Lala Restaurant in St. Petersburg, charged with 18 counts of child pornography. There's probably more to come. He's going to do a lot of time. We also have Michael Yuntz, charged with 9 counts of possession of child pornography and 1 count of promotion of a sexual performance of a minor. He's looking at decades behind bars. Again, not enough time. I want to thank FDLE, HSI, and all of our law enforcement partners for working together to get these guys off the streets. Finally, we've been announcing more charges on the case of Mr. Holmgren. Did I get that right, Rita? Holmberg. This is the individual that we recently announced we will be seeking the death penalty on. The depravity that describes this situation is like nothing we've ever seen before. To sum it all up, all the counts included, and we're still not done going through evidence. This individual, as a reminder, sexually abused multiple children and videotaped most of it, if not all of it. We're looking at 14 life sentences there, 7 death sentences, and over 2,355 years in prison. And people ask, why do you list all this out? Isn't one death sentence or one life sentence enough? It is not. We have to explain to the public how serious this is. Every single count, every single offense, and the punishment that is due. So we know when it comes to death penalty of a child predator, we're going to have to go up and hopefully get the United States Supreme Court to revisit this issue. We feel pretty confident that we're right on the law and that they will indeed revisit. We want to levy the ultimate form of punishment when it comes to this most heinous offense. Words cannot describe the pain that this man has caused for many kids that are out there. We'll pray for him, we'll treat him, we'll help him, but they may never realize a normal life because of what he took away from them. So this morning, we again send a reminder, if you prey on our kids, if you go after our women, if you traffic and abuse, we will come for you with everything we've got. It's our #1 priority, and we will shut you down. So again, I want to thank law enforcement for being here, for the work that they do, and especially, those behind the scenes. Prosecutors, they've got to review these videos. They've got to look at the pictures as they're putting the charging documents together. And that's why we've pushed that prosecutors in Florida receive the special risk retirement designation so they can get more and earlier retirement. Because not only are they going toe-to-toe, face-to-face with violent offenders who might get out and remember that last face they looked at, but they also have to be exposed to hours and hours of this sick stuff. It's necessary for evidentiary purposes, but that'll take a toll on somebody. So God bless them for doing it. We as a state need to take care of them for it, and I hope that our leaders in the state legislature will take this seriously. We have to have prosecutors doing this, or guys like these sickos go free. So thank you to our prosecutors, investigators, law enforcement. We live in a great state, and we're going to take down bad guys every day. So thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you, Attorney General. I appreciate you letting me be here today to speak about this. When I come here all the time to talk on this, it's just one of many cases that's going on throughout our state all the time. Too many cases of sexual predators after our children. It's just he hears me tell you all the time, it's just evil people doing evil deeds against innocent people. And what we had here today, I'm just going to kind of get right into Mr. Yuntz, 1 count of promoting sexual performance, and 9 counts of possession of sexual child abuse material. Now, he was part of an undercover operation that we do all the time. And if you do this type of stuff, don't be surprised if you hear a knock on the door or a thump on the door, or you going to the grocery store or something like that while you're in between your doing your deviant acts, that we may take you down. We have a strong partnership of federal, state, and local law enforcement. We don't tolerate it, and we have the Attorney General who here in the free state of Florida that will not tolerate it. And we will levy every bit of we can on these type of people that do this heinous stuff in our neighborhoods. But we were able to identify this through his IP address and obtain files depicting sexual abuse of children younger than 5 years old. That's prepubescent. That is just a sick individual. And we're not going to tolerate it in this great state. And January 27th, we busted in the door, got him, and put him in custody up in Citrus County, and he's in the 5th Circuit. Attorney General Othmeyer's Office of Statewide Prosecution are above the best, and I'm going to kind of chime in on what he was just talking about, our prosecutors. Just like our analysts and our officers, detectives and deputies and agents, they have to see this stuff. They have to do everything they can to put somebody in jail, put them away, to keep them away from our kids. Now, the difference is when he was talking about prosecutors for special risk class for retirement, they deserve it. And also, too, they get the threats just like officers get the threats from the public. When we put them in jail, it's just what we did. We put them in jail. Our prosecutors put them in prison. And they have a long time to remember the face of the person they were there to do, that put them there. Our faces will fade away, but theirs is seared in courtroom testimony day after day. They remember that. And we need to be supporting our prosecutors that are out there to ensure that they have the capability and the necessity, the needs they have to continue to do successful prosecutions, so we don't lose that great talent that we have in our judicial system to ensure that we put bad guys like this out of commission. Now, there's more to follow behind me that's going to talk more about the different cases they have. And people say, well, it's just a simple CSAM case. No, it's never simple. The victimization of these children, parents, neighbors, friends, is just horrific what they have to go through. And we really need to spend our time with the victim witnesses, ensure that our victims' right advocates are fully funded, that they're out there and they're doing the great job they do on a day-to-day basis to help build these children back into society, to help sure that they have the tools they need to be successful. But again, I'm here just to say thank you, Attorney General, for the support you give law enforcement. Between you, Governor DeSantis, President Trump, and our cabinet and legislators, y'all have given us the tools to do great things to protect our family and protect you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Calvo, that's C-A-L-V as in Victor O, and I'm the Acting Assistant Special Agent in charge for Homeland Security Investigations, Tampa Field Office. Before I begin, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Attorney General Othmeyer, to Ms. Rita Peters with the Office of Statewide Prosecution, and to your entire staff for the unwavering support in the pursuit of justice and the rule of law in Florida. I'd also like to extend a special thank you to my fellow law enforcement colleagues, Commissioner Glass with FDLE, Chief Deputy Maurer with HCSO, Chief Holloway with the St. Petersburg Police Department. Your continued collaboration and partnership are invaluable, and it is truly a personal honor to share the podium with you all this morning. I'd also like to give a shout out to all the special agents and supervisors at HSI Tampa, both past and present, who despite every single challenge thrown at them during this investigation, were able to get this case across the finish line. You guys are truly the best. Human trafficking is a complex issue, one that no single agency can tackle alone. It requires teamwork, such as sharing information, resources, and expertise to identify traffickers, support victims, and ensure justice is served. By working together, we reach more people, respond faster, and provide better support to those who need it most. I'm so proud of how our agencies came together during this investigation. Thanks to everyone's grit and professionalism, we identified those responsible, connected victims with vital services, and most importantly, held offenders accountable. This partnership undoubtedly leads to the betterment of our communities and brings hope to those affected. Having listened to the victim's testimony during trial, I can attest to the raw emotions and traumatic experience that were recounted. Many tears were shed, and no one in this country should ever have to live that way. But thanks to the perseverance of every agency involved, the victims can be assured that these monsters will never again be able to terrorize others. Finally, if you're listening or watching, I want this to be abundantly clear. I don't care if you call HSI, I don't care if you call the FBI, I don't care if you call your state and local law enforcement. Make the call. I promise you we will work in unison to come rescue you. Thank you.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the Attorney General for putting us all together. And briefly, I just want to say that everybody's kind of likes everything that I want to talk about, but it's a public safety is not one agency responsibility. As you heard, it's state, federal, local, working together so we can take these predators off the street. The detectives, the men and women that have to go through these cases, look at these files, and talk to these people online, I don't know how they do it, but thank God they do it because they keep us safe. Just by getting the person off the street, it's not the end of it, it's just the beginning. Because our great prosecutors, they're the ones that have to put these cases together, make it a good case to make sure that these people do not get released anymore. When law enforcement and prosecutors share information, work together, we create a system to protect the victim, strengthen our case, and keep dangerous individuals off the street. And for the predators that are out there listening, you have two options. Option number one, get offline, get the help you need. Option number two, stay online, and like the commissioner said, we'll come knock on your door, we will arrest you, and the prosecutors will prosecute you. That's your last warning. Thank you.
Good morning. On behalf of Sheriff Chad Chronister, it's my distinct honor and privilege to be here. First, thank you, Attorney General Uthmeyer, for having us here. Thank you to the Department of Homeland Security Investigations. Sheriff Chad Chronister's #1 goal is to protect this community. And who are our most vulnerable? Women and children, from traffickers and predators. So much so that Sheriff Chronister implemented a human trafficking squad in the year 2021. 8 dedicated detectives, 2 supervisors. In just over 4 years, countless arrests, but the most important, 65 victims recovered. And I don't want to talk about the suspect in our case with HSI. I want to talk about the 2 victims. It's a story of courage and survival. And that's what we're here to do, is to identify those survivors, those victims, and bring them out of control of these traffickers and predators. Sexual assault, physical assault, financial control, that is not a life. And that is our job. Everyone standing behind me today, that is our #1 priority, to keep this community safe. And we can't do it alone. If you are a victim, please notify any local or state and federal law enforcement, and we will be there to help you. As I look, I see some of my detectives back here, and the dedication that they bring day in and day out to keep this community safe. Just one victim is enough for that squad, but 65 in 4 years, it includes 13 juveniles, ladies and gentlemen. It is a problem, and it is an issue that Sheriff Chronister has given his word to attack, and we will continue to do so. Thank you to the prosecutors, because without their countless efforts, we can make the arrests, but they need to go to prison, like Chief Holloway said. They need to go to prison for a long time. Thank you all for being here today.
As that news conference continues, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and I want to get you back to this news conference from earlier today in Tampa, as we heard from a number of officials talking about arrests and prosecutions of some child predators, suspected child predators, some of whom have already been convicted. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
To the oath that he took a year ago. And I trust that the trust that he places in my office, the office that I share with Stephanie Bergen and countless other statewide prosecutors around the state of Florida. With his support, we have aggressively protected this state and will always, always put victims first as we meticulously pursue justice. I'm equally thankful for the incredible partnerships that make this work possible. Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, Hernando County, City of St. Petersburg, HSI, and FDLE. We are all on the same mission, and jurisdictional lines do not divide us. The men and women of these agencies are the line between good and evil, and Florida is fortunate to have them on our side. I also want to recognize the outstanding collaboration with my fellow prosecutors from the 5th Judicial Circuit, led by State Attorney Bill Gladson, and in the 6th Judicial Circuit, led by State Attorney Bruce Bartlett. We operate in lockstep because our victims deserve unity, and our state demands that. The cases we are pursuing reflect some of the darkest corners of our community. But with the courage of those survivors and the strength of our law enforcement officers and our victim service partners, we are taking action. Nathan Holmberg stands accused of heinous victimization of multiple young boys. The charges filed across Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, and Hernando County reflect the severity of those allegations, and the scope of this prosecution is sending a clear message. No victim's voice will go unheard, and no criminal act will be forgotten. In the case of Marquette James, who was convicted of human trafficking just in November, his threats and coercion were answered with strength, dignity, and justice. His victims found the courage to testify, even in the face of cross-examination by Marquette James himself. My co-counsel, Stephanie Bergen, and I were proud to be their voices in court. We thank HSI, Detective Sackler, Special Agent Sackler-Ladies, if I pronounce that properly, and Hillsborough County Detective Ryan Daniels. We are proud to have worked side by side. They are heroes in this fight. Finally, the 2 arrests for child sexual abuse material. Let me be clear. Those who download, share, and take gratification in such material are complicit in the violent exploitation of our children, many of whom, in this case, were infants. These crimes are not passive. They are a byproduct of human trafficking, and they will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law because that is what those babies deserve. I leave you with this. Justice is our driving force, and we are guided by facts, grounded in the law, and unwavering in our duty to protect the people of the state of Florida. No matter the case, no matter the challenge, we will follow the evidence wherever it leads, and we will pursue full and complete accountability. That is our mission, and we will proudly follow it. One final thought. If anyone who is listening to this press conference has any information on any of the cases that you heard about this morning, please contact the Office of Statewide Prosecution, the St. Petersburg Police Department, Detective Rachel Hunter, or the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Special Agent Dodie Pruitt. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. You know, some people refer to me as the bulldog, Rita, but if I'm the bulldog, I don't know what that makes you. But in all seriousness, thank you to you and Stephanie. Thanks for the work you and your teams do. If taxpayers at home truly understood what you guys do for the state to promote public safety. I mean, Rita does this type of work all day, every day. That's going to take a toll on you, but you know, she's doing it not for the paycheck. These aren't the highest paying jobs in the world. Certainly not for the lifestyle, as she probably burns the midnight oil more than almost anybody in a legal practice. But she's passionate about the work because it saves lives. It truly does. And to Michael, Homeland Security, you know, we love having you guys here in the state. You see other states out there that don't welcome federal law enforcement, that want to resist and thwart and not work together. You don't see that chaos and that anarchy here in Florida because we got a great relationship. We work together to solve these problems. I mean, today's a terrific example. You got federal law enforcement, state law enforcement. You got the sheriff involved. You got local police, our prosecutors. We all work together because we have the same common goal. Rule of law, putting bad guys away, and looking out for Florida families. So it's an honor every day to get to be here. And I stand up and, get a lot of the credit, but these are the guys that do the work. So with that, I think we got time for a few questions. Anybody?
The victims, there's several cases. Are the victims local, Tampa Bay, from Florida? Are they images of victims from other states or countries? How does this kind of play out?
Yes, several of the victims involved are from the greater Tampa Bay area. Read off to defer to you on images and things that can be provided. Some of that might have to happen offline, at the appropriate time.
They're mostly from Florida. Mostly the victims are from Florida. In some of the other cases, they're child pornography series where they're being identified, but most likely we'll at least have some Florida connection to some of those babies that are appearing in those images.
You also just announced this morning a lawsuit against Planned Parenthood. Do you mind just kind of describing what that entails?
Yeah, we sued Planned Parenthood back some weeks ago. They were falsely advertising that the abortion pills that are mailed around and can get in the hands of kids are safer than Tylenol that you would get over the shelf. That's just empirically false. The data suggests that women that take these pills, oftentimes outside of a clinical setting, 1 in 25 end up in the emergency room. This is dangerous, it's unsafe, it's false advertising. I think we've got a great case against Planned Parenthood, and they need to pay for what they've done. They endanger women and children. My comment this morning you might be referring to, there's a legislator over in the Pensacola area, Alan Andrade. We found out his law firm is defending Planned Parenthood in state court against the state. And not only that, this guy, he chairs a subcommittee on the legislature on health care. So somebody that's aligned with Planned Parenthood, endangering women and children, they should not be chairing a subcommittee focused on the health of our citizens. I know this guy's been big, promoting LGBT trans rights and recreational marijuana, other things, but this is a whole new level. This cannot happen. No state official in leadership, much less a Republican, should be aligned in representing Planned Parenthood. That's awful. So I hope the Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives will address this. I know my office is certainly not going to be cooperating with that subcommittee so long as you have somebody like that involved. Full stop.
Attorney General, announcement canceling that the 22 amendments proposed have all failed, the 2 of them being actually submitted, I guess, by the Florida legislature. Just your reaction to that and why you think they might have all failed.
Sure, I did get the report from the Secretary of State's office last night that these ballot initiatives where they need signatures did not get the requisite number of signatures to get on the ballot. The smart and safe, recreational marijuana in public amendment, that one we've announced, multiple criminal investigations. We're looking at a lot of fraudulent signatures. I know that, hundreds of thousands, were being verified as false signatures. People were calling in saying, that's not my signature, I didn't submit it. I think this highlights the danger of these petition gathering processes, things going on the ballot where, you have fraud in the election system. On Florida, we've come a long way from the hanging Chad era of 2000. We have an election integrity unit. We protect our ballot. We protect the Constitution. We have election results available right after 7 o'clock on Election Day. We do it right. We understand that, your right to vote is sacred. And when other people cheat and steal and mislead voters, it hurts every citizen in that right. So these didn't make it. That doesn't mean our investigation into Smart and Safe concludes. We will continue, and people that have committed fraud, have committed election fraud, we will hold them accountable.
So can you say again the charges those guys are facing in the length of time? You've given a lot of time for this.
On the election stuff or on the content from today? Yeah, the first individual, let me see, Marquette James, he's looking at 2 counts of human trafficking, racketeering, and conspiracy to commit racketeering. He's facing up to 120 years. He'll get a nice long scholarship to our Department of Corrections. We've got Lucas Jose Harayez, the owner of La La Restaurant in St. Pete, charged with 18 counts of child pornography, looking at many years in prison. Michael Yuntz, charged with 9 counts of possession of child pornography, 1 count of promotion of sexual performance of a minor. Again, this guy's looking at 60 years plus behind bars. Then we've talked a lot, about the Holmberg case, which overlaps Hernando, Pinellas, and now Hillsborough counties. Multiple charges have been added as, our investigators and prosecutors continued to go through the footage, and there's just, unfortunately, a lot of it. It's sick.
So that's Attorney General James
Thanks,
Uthmeier.
everybody. Have a good one.
Speaking earlier today at that news conference, one of the things, questions he was asked about was his social media post about Alex Andrade. And so I want to pull up Andrade's response now. He says, and just for a little bit of context here, Andrade, obviously no love lost between Alex Andrade, the state representative, Republican from Pensacola, and the state attorney general. As you kind of heard in that the comments made by Attorney General James Uthmeier, Andrade did chair the committee that kind of launched that probe into Hope, Florida, and whether there may have been some wrongdoing by the Attorney General James Uthmeier. That is something that Andrade often talks about on social media here. And responding to the Attorney General's claims about the Planned Parenthood lawsuit, saying, "I don't represent Planned Parenthood, and I'm a salaried employee of the law firm I work for," pushing back against the claims of Uthmeier, saying that he's chairing a healthcare subcommittee while profiting from this lawsuit between the state and Planned Parenthood. So the response there from Alex Andrade in Pensacola to the comments that we just heard from James Uthmeier in that news conference just a little bit ago. I do want to let you know we are still standing by, hoping for a live feed of this event where the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, is at Blue Origin. We've seen some videos on social media of him meeting with employees, meeting with Jeff Bezos as well. He is expected to speak shortly. We're going to take a break right now. When we come back, I will be able to play for you the Secretary of War speaking at Patrick Space Force Base earlier today. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube. We still have a lot more to come, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now as Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, is meeting with officials at Blue Origin and their facility in Cape Canaveral, speaking to the workers there right now. This live feed just came up. He has already begun speaking. I'm not sure how long he's been speaking before we got this feed, before it began, but let's go ahead and listen in as he speaks in Florida to workers in the space industry right now.
Along with his will help President Trump accomplished the national security policy objectives at record pace, including critical projects like Artemis. And you're exactly right. We're going to make space great again. That sign is our motto. Because all of you have dedicated your lives to precision, skill, and hard work in hard hats. Different kind of hats than the helmets soldiers wear, but the same kind of mission, all to deliver capabilities to the warfighter in the space domain made right here in America. You see, for far too long, under the previous administration, we had leaders who thought we could outsource our capabilities to other countries, or that we could live in a global environment where your skills don't matter anymore. Or we could work at the glacial pace of just a few prime contractors, and that was tolerated. A world with vendor-locked, over-budget, behind-schedule contracts. None of those things happened here, by the way. You guys are under budget and ahead of schedule. That's what today's warfighter needs. And under President Trump and his leadership, those days of yesteryear are over. Because we have to live in a realistic world where urgency matters. We live in a realistic world where American strength has to partner with American manufacturing. And if you don't have both, you don't have a free country. And you have to have world-class manufacturing. Let me tell you this. Take your cameras through this factory. And what I said to Mr. Bezos was this might be some of the most sophisticated manufacturing the world has ever seen, that can only be done at scale in the United States of America. We will unleash our companies, unleash industry, unleash the competitive spirit that allows America to come out on top. When we compete, we win. When we innovate, we win. When we confront the status quo, we win. And I don't know if you know this, but we have a commander-in-chief who's pretty interested in winning. No more business as usual, which I know, Mr. Bezos, is music to your ears. You've never done business as usual. And at the War Department, business as usual is over. Our job is to unleash space pioneers, just like we are unleashing our warfighters. And President Trump, in service of that, has some core principles. First, we are putting America and Americans first. Our citizens and our workers first, setting the conditions for you to succeed, securing our people in our homeland and our hemisphere. It's long overdue. Second is peace through strength. At the War Department, we are the Strength Department. Our job is to be the hammer when necessary, but hopefully never have to use it. It's called deterrence. But if we must use it to fight, we will fight to win, overwhelmingly. And the third principle is common sense, which, as you all know, is not so common in Washington. But in the Trump administration, when you look at the problem we have as a nation, we have to build at scale and at speed, and that's vital. It's common sense, so we have to go faster and empowering our fastest runners. You will see those common sense principles applied at the War Department in three simple ways. One, we're reviving the warrior ethos. We're eliminating the distractions and the debris. No more DEI, no more dudes in dresses, no more climate change worship or social justice or political correctness. We're done with all of that. We're just unleashing the warfighter to be lethal, trained, disciplined, accountable, and ready. And when you allow them to do that, they're really good at their job, as an indicted criminal in Venezuela found out about a month ago. We are allowing commanders to be commanders again, leaders to be leaders. And what they say back to us is the most affirming words we could ever hear. Those commanders are saying, we've never felt this supported before, ever in our time in command. Under President Trump and under the War Department, you're allowing us to use the authorities to go out and do what we need to do, clearing out the debris. That's music to my ears. That's my job, to serve those who serve, allowing our warfighters to be even more capable. Second, we're rebuilding our military. That's why we're on the Arsenal of Freedom tour. That's why we're here in Florida. We're going across the country for a couple of months, talking to industry, large like this one, and small. We need all of them. And we need you to move fast, at scale, at cost, to outcompete our adversaries, to rebuild our arsenal of freedom. President Trump did it in his first term, and we're doing it again. As you may have heard, the One Big Beautiful Bill provided the War Department an historic down payment of $150 billion to supercharge President Trump's defense capabilities. He has announced the goal to spend $1.5 trillion for our national defense in 2027. That is a massive message to the rest of the world that American strength is not going anywhere anytime soon. We will dominate in every domain. That One Big Beautiful Bill also provided $25 billion for the Golden Dome for America, revolutionizing our homeland defense through cutting-edge space-based capabilities, which we're going to need. We're talking about a vigilant constellation of next-generation sensors and satellites that will see every threat from every corner of the globe, paired with a network of space-based interceptors ready to neutralize any ballistic missile, any hypersonic weapon, any drone, long before it threatens our homeland. The kind of protection President Trump has promised the American people and the War Department will deliver. That is how we establish total orbital supremacy. That is how we guarantee the safety and security of the American people. Space Force's General Gutlein has done a fantastic job so far leading the charge. He knows the path of what's expected for Golden Dome. I get briefed monthly on its progress. This is not something you see, President Reagan helped defeat the Soviets by casting a vision of SDI, of a dome. President Trump, given the companies we have in this country, like this one, can now make that vision a reality for the American people, a huge conundrum for our adversaries who are counting on a whole different dynamic. We will continue to work with our partners because we have to dominate the space domain. That means we'll ensure that we keep building rockets and engines and landers that you make here at scale and at speed. Third, we're reestablishing deterrence. So we're reviving the warrior ethos, rebuilding the military, and you have to reestablish deterrence if you've lost it. Whether it was the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan, a sin and a shame on our country, or what happened on October 7th with Hamas in Israel, or the war in Ukraine that never would have happened if President Trump was president. Radicals who shot at our ships and we didn't respond, or the invasion of tens of millions of illegals. The world saw an open invitation to challenge America under the previous administration. It didn't feel like America was prepared. Biden was asleep and Lloyd Austin was AWOL. So the first thing we did at the War Department was reestablish deterrence. It started on day one. We locked down the southern border. We've gone 8 months with 0 crossings at the southern border. Turns out we didn't need new authorities, we just needed a new president. Credit to Customs and Border Protection, our law enforcement partners, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and others who do a very difficult job every day. The War Department was proud to stand beside them. So 7 beautiful B-2s flew 37 hours and dropped 14 precision munitions on top of their nuclear facilities undetected, flawless, in the middle of the night, something only America, the United States of America, can do. Peace through strength, deterrence in action. We see the same thing with narco-terrorists in our own hemisphere. How long have leaders been talking about a war on drugs or taking drugs off our streets? Well, for a long time, it was simply a catch and release program, a law enforcement function that didn't work. But these narco-terrorists, designated terrorist organizations, targeted our communities, our kids, and our people in our country. They knew exactly what they were doing. So instead of catch and release, we let them know, if you're going to sail in your drugs toward our country in international waters, we will target your drug boats and we will sink them. Well, I don't know if you've noticed, there haven't been many boats sunk recently because we can't find any boats to sink. And I'll pause for a minor announcement. As work continues, as it should, don't stop for a speech. You see, no one wants to get in a narco boat anymore. And that's the whole point. And then on January 3rd, the whole world saw what our military is capable of at every echelon. When we brought the indicted nominal leader of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, from the most fortified house in the most fortified location inside their biggest fort in their capital city in the middle of the night without them knowing we were there until 3 minutes before. The most sophisticated single raid in the history of the planet. No other president before President Trump would have had the guts to make that call. And no other military in the world has the ability to do it. I remember when Nicolas Maduro mocked us and said, "I'm right here, come get me." Well, he found out. All of this brings me back to why I'm here looking you in the eye on this cold Florida afternoon. You are the men and women who pour your lives and careers into building these incredible launch systems that we need, that give us that advantage. Whether it's in Iran, whether it's in Venezuela, whether it's halfway around the world, that's the advantage our warfighters need. And at the War Department, our job is to make sure you can do your job as efficiently and decisively as possible. Now, you can imagine, that's a difficult thing for us. We're a giant headquarters, the largest headquarters in the world, and headquarters exist to move paper. The place where meetings exist to talk about other meetings. That's what the Pentagon can look like from the inside and the outside. Well, President Trump has directed us to overturn the way we are doing business. And that means not waiting years or spending tens of billions of dollars for some perfect solution 15 years in the future with a product that never reaches the hands of a warfighter. We tell our people, as I know you tell your people, do everything you can with the precious moments that we have. Rip out the bureaucracy, streamline the process, then get the products into the hands of our warfighters. We are changing the game, and urgency is our currency. Incentivizing speed, incentivizing efficiency, incentivizing competition. And we're not just talking about it, we're funding it in real time. The One Big Beautiful Bill invested $16 billion directly into our defense industrial base, expediting innovation to the warfighter, sending a clear demand signal to our best American innovators, like this one right in front of us. And like he would expect from all of you, we expect back to defense and the industries in defense, no more excuses, no more barriers to entry, no more monopolies. Guaranteeing that companies like Blue Origin in factories just like this one can compete. And yes, that means speaking some tough truths. As the president did when he signed an executive order on January 7th, ordering big defense contractors to be held to the highest of standards. No more egregious executive bonuses, no more stock buybacks, no more ridiculous CEO salaries when you can't even deliver weapons on time for the warfighter. The companies we invest in need to prioritize the warfighter. We need to put the warfighters first, just as you put your products every day first. And that's why it's an honor to look out at this great audience here of Americans who appreciate the spirit of that executive order. You see, I don't mind people making lots and lots of money. Please make lots and lots of money. But if you're going to do so, deliver for the American people and the taxpayers the capabilities you said you would deliver. That is something you do here. And so I hope you make lots of money. I'm telling the guy who makes a lot of money to make a lot more money. We love that. I'm a capitalist. We all are. But we need to raise the bar. The urgency of the moment requires it. You sit in the Oval Office with President Trump, and I know you have, sir. You feel it. He gets what we're up against. He gets how important it is. He understands the capability of the American worker. That if we unleash the American worker and American industry, we will outcompete. We will out-innovate. But buildings like the Pentagon have held that back for decades. And with this Arsenal of Freedom tour, we say no more. We will unleash American space dominance. You see, it was President Trump also in 2019 who established the Space Force as the 6th military branch, and he established it for a reason. In this era of warfare, we can't just command the skies and the seas or our hemisphere. We have to dominate the ultimate high ground. We've always known this. Any infantryman knows this. Anybody knows this. Whoever controls the high ground controls the fight. Space is the ultimate high ground. So we will chart the path. We will set the tone. We always have, and we will again. So in conjunction with our efforts from the Space Force, we will continue to ensure peace through strength with our private partners who are critical. Companies like Blue Origin, companies like SpaceX, and others who are critical to ensuring that we dominate space. We welcome those partners, and we will stand shoulder to shoulder with you in these critical efforts. You see, we don't care. You care. But we don't care what company name is printed on the side of a rocket. You should care. I know you hope it says Blue Origin. We don't care what company name appears on, ladders on planes or what company name is painted on a satellite. We just want the best. And we don't care how many lobbyists or accountants companies have. If you create the best, the fastest, at cost, on behalf of taxpayers and warfighters, you're going to win. And that's what President Trump's War Department expects. And I'm hopeful, and based on what I saw today, Blue Origin's going to do plenty of winning. And that's a great thing. That's a great thing for your company. That's a great thing for you. But most importantly, that's a great thing for our country. That's what we need. That's what my kids and grandkids need. They need men and women like you dedicated to your craft. That's what the trigger pullers need, the pilots need, the surface warfare officers need, the medics need. All those guys and gals wearing camouflage need you. They need Blue Origin. They need space dominance. That's our job at the War Department, is to allow you to run and run as fast as you can. And your leadership here knows, and the rest of the leadership across our defense industrial base need to know, this is not about Wall Street. It's not about dividends. It's not about stock buybacks. This is about warriors. And how quickly can we deliver to them as quickly as possible the most lethal capabilities. President Trump is deadly serious. He feels the urgency, and so do I. We must rebuild our arsenal of freedom. Maintain supremacy over the space domain. We'll go fast, and we'll move fast every single day. And as I look out at all of you, cold, but heads nodding. I see heads nodding everywhere. I know we have the best workforce in the world, the best engineers, the best entrepreneurs, and the best innovators. This crowd right here on Merritt Island. And I want to express my appreciation for all of you. You have taken and ran with that demand signal. You know what time it is. Your leadership knows what time it is. And that's all we can ask for. And that we deliver that same message across the entire country. Go fast, take risks, and continue to build the best and build in America. The urgency of the moment requires this. So thank you for inviting us here. Thank you for grabbing onto the challenge that President Trump has given us. We are grateful for everything that you do. It's been an honor to meet a lot of you, by the way, who have kids or grandkids that serve. I got a chance to meet a bunch of you who are vets yourselves, who continue to serve. You wore the uniform, you're serving again, shoulder to shoulder with the best. And I'll just end by saying what President Trump said over the radio to the incredible Americans who went to downtown Caracas. He simply said, good luck and Godspeed. Now, I know that you guys don't need luck. You're good at what you do. But Godspeed, because we need the skills, we need the craftsmanship, we need the leadership that you're showing right here. Ultimately, you hand those tools to us, and it's our job to defend you and to defend this country. Because under President Trump, the golden age of American dominance is only just beginning. God bless you, and God bless our great republic. Thank you.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth wrapping up his remarks at the Blue Origin Rocket Park campus, where he talked about rebuilding America's arsenal of freedom, speaking in front of a crowd of workers there. We also know Jeff Bezos is there, the head of Amazon, who is behind the Blue Origin. And so he toured the factory there, met with a number of officials, and then spoke to the workforce there at Blue Origin in that event that is just wrapping up right now, talking about just in the past few minutes the importance of space to national security and a number of other things as well. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look in Naples right now. Governor Ron DeSantis speaking to a group at the Forum Club of Southwest Florida. Let's go ahead and listen in.
United States of America. But we've done good things, and I'm going to talk about what we've done. Our state employees, you talk about the scope of government. We have the lowest percentage of state employees per capita of any state in the United States. Our state debt, if you take all the, so I instituted an accelerated repayment program because I knew we could retire the debt, get them at a discount on the open market, retire the bonds, and I knew we could save on both principal and interest, and we have. So if you take all the debt that Florida accumulated over its 180-year history, just since I've been governor, we've retired more than 50% of it. We now have the lowest per capita debt in the country. Now, we talked about the great fiscal, but yet even with that, very conservative footprint, we're doing big things. When I became governor, I said we are going to do Everglades restoration. It had been basically losing momentum. There wasn't much happening, and so we said we're going to lead on it, and we have. And we've put billions and billions of dollars towards Everglades restoration and water quality. You now have the reservoir on the west side of Lake Okeechobee. So the Army Corps used to discharge dirty water into the Caloosahatchee, and it could end up coming here, create algae blooms, mix with red tide, create big problems for Southwest Florida. Well, now we have the reservoir. If they need to discharge water, they send it to the reservoir, you clean it, and then you put it back into circulation. So those days are over because of what we've done. We're also moving water south, massive water south through the Everglades all the way to Florida Bay. We see fishing improve, salinity levels improve, and because we've done so much on my watch, I was able to get the federal government to delegate us ability to do some of the federal projects because we can do them a hell of a lot quicker than they can. So, they're doing the main reservoir south of Lake Okeechobee. We're doing the other federal components to that. And so we're able to get that done 5 years ahead of where it was previously scheduled. So as long as what we've done continues, I got in 2019. By 2029, we will have done what we needed to do the largest restoration in the history of the United States of America environmentally. And oh, by the way, yeah, it's good. Because we've had freezes in the southern part of Florida, that is actually an opportunity to relieve ourselves of some of these invasive species. We do know that the iguanas have been paralyzed. They're being collected. People don't have to turn them over to FWC. They can dispose of them, but I think you're going to see a major reduction in iguana population. They're pests, they're invasive, and they're not good for the overall environment, particularly the bird eggs. But then also the pythons. We don't know yet exactly what the mortality, if any, is there. They kind of burrow when it gets cold, so if it's just one night, they may be able to get through that. But this whole week seems like it's going to be cold, so you may end up seeing really significant mortality to pythons. I have a program in there where people go in, hunt them, get them out, they make boots, and they make belts, and great. And that's help. We've increased a lot, but man, if like a bunch of them just die off in the cold, that would make it much easier for us. They're invasive, they're destructive to the ecosystem, and that would be very, very positive for us if that could happen. And the other thing that we've done was we've done more land and conservation than any administration in the history of Florida. In fact, we now have the Florida Wildlife Corridor, which spans from Southwest Florida all the way to the northern part of the state. We're a growing state. There is need to have housing and things like that, but we don't want the state to be, one big cement block, and we want to make sure that we're preserving those things that are really beautiful, and we are doing that. Election integrity. Remember, when I came in, we still had problems with elections in Florida. I came in, We got rid of the supervisors in Palm Beach and Broward County. And then we enacted the strongest election integrity measures in the country. No ballot harvesting, no Zuckerbucks, none of the things that have plagued these other states. And we even have a unit in state government that brings criminal prosecutions for voter fraud, which oftentimes would be overlooked, particularly at the local level in liberal jurisdictions. We promised we'd make Florida #1 for workforce education by the end of the decade. We're ahead of schedule on that. Look, I went to Yale University and Harvard Law School, so I'm not opposed to higher education, although I will tell you, running in a Republican primary, those degrees are scarlet letters. So when I was doing that, when I was running to Congress, you know, they're like, hey, this guy was in the Navy, served in Iraq, he's got a beautiful wife, he's young, he's energetic, he's conservative. Oh, but he went there, so I had to kind of overcome that hump. So, I mean, I'm a believer in higher education, you know, really elite education, and our universities are becoming more and more elite by the day. But a 4-year brick and ivy university is not the only way you can be successful. Vocational education, skills education, oftentimes provides people with great pathways, and we have high school students that are getting certified in some really important skills where they're going right into SpaceX and some of these major companies, and we've leaned in on that from the beginning, and we're going to continue to do that. We promised that we would stop Florida's reputation for being a legal and judicial hellhole. You know, when you drive around the state, you see all the billboard lawyers up there, right? It's like, call this, call that. Well, there's a reason for that, because we've had jurisprudence and laws that have incented more and more litigation. And so we finally did tort reform a couple years ago. It was a lot of fight, but we got it done. And now, what are you seeing? You're seeing auto insurance companies offering lower rates. You're seeing rebates. USAA just announced a 7% reduction. Home insurance, you just saw a reduction from Citizens Property Insurance. Peninsula just announced that. Any reduction and all that is going up nationwide dramatically and has been for many years. All that you're seeing with that, and it will continue, and if you have auto, search. You know, shop, because there's opportunities right now waiting for you with these lower rates. The only reason any of that's happening is because we did the tort reform. You know, we had 8% of claims for homes in the country, and we were 78% of litigation. So this is something that's made a big difference. And then finally, I promised that I would make sure we'd have a conservative Supreme Court, and I've delivered on that. Of the 7 justices on the court, 6 were appointed by me. So the results speak for themselves. We're #1 economy, #1 higher ed, #1 education freedom, #1 new business formations, #1 for talent development, #1 for religious liberty. The amount of income that has moved into Florida since I've been governor is more than has ever moved into an American state in the entire history of the United States of America. Even adjusted for inflation and all of that, people have voted with their feet. I'm not even asking people to come because we got a lot of people. Like, you know, it's hard to get a dinner reservation in Naples. It'd be a lot harder when I'm not governor anymore, too, I'll tell you that. So, you know, you see that. So I'm not even asking people, but they are coming. And so couple issues going forward. You know, we're going to have some good proposals about property taxes. The only thing I will say right now is when I became governor, local governments brought in $32 billion in property tax revenue. This year, it's going to be $60 billion. So don't tell me that you can't do property tax. In fact, if you just adjusted for population growth and inflation, that $32 billion would be about $44 billion. So we need to stand for taxpayers, and we're going to do that. And I've got different ways that I think we're going to be able to do something very, very meaningful. The other thing we're tackling is making sure we have a Bill of Rights for artificial intelligence, because, you know, there's promise with this, but there's also great, great peril. And I believe technologies that enhance the human experience should be welcome. But I don't think we want to be subsidizing technologies that are purporting to supplant the human experience. We want technology to reinforce our values, not to destroy our values. We want to make sure children are protected from online predations. There's a whole host of things that we need to do, but the idea that somehow the best way to ensure that technology develops in a way that reinforces our values is to block states from doing any consumer protection and just hoping that Silicon Valley is going to have our best interests at heart. Let me tell you, those companies are out to make money. And I don't blame them. They're publicly traded by and large. They owe that to their shareholders. That's fine. But it's up for us to channel that into ways that are most productive. Let's capture the benefits of new technologies, but let's avoid these massive, massive pitfalls that we will rue the day if we don't do anything. So, final thing I'll say before I take the questions is, the lessons that I would say, and I still got, more to do, but the way I've operated is I do a few things. One, north is north. Like, you got to know where you're going. That doesn't change based on the news cycle. It doesn't change based on a poll or media or any of that. North is north. There's big things you want to get done. Every single day as a political leader, it's just meant to distract you from actually getting that done. So you can't get mired in that. You always got to focus on the big picture, and we've done that very, very well. Two, you need people around you that are going to carry that out. And how do you do that? And I tell people, it's like, look, I'm not looking for you to pledge loyalty to me personally. What I want to see is, do you have a pre-existing commitment to our shared philosophy about how you do it? And if you find people that already believe in that, then you can be very sure about how they're going to perform in office. If they don't really have that underlying commitment, then it gets a little more fickle. So we've had a lot of true believers who have really hoped to bring this about. The other thing is, I have not taken a poll since I've been governor. And, the reason is like, what's the poll going to tell me? Like, I can't change my beliefs, right? Like Popeye said, I am what I am. And so, but a good leader, even if the polls aren't good on an issue, if you articulate what you want to do and you do it and deliver results, well, guess what? People will definitely come. That certainly happened with COVID. I mean, those early days of COVID, the media freaked everyone out. Even 75% of Republicans opposed what I was doing by having schools open, by having the businesses and all that stuff. And then as the weeks and months went on, people, he's right. And then the whole country ended up coming to here, including even lockdown politicians who were locking down their people and escaping to Florida. But had I followed the polls, we would have never been able to do what we did during COVID. The other thing is, to be an effective leader, certainly in politics, you got to know the pressure points. You got to know the leverage points that you have. When I became governor, before I took office, I told the staff, give me a list of all the constitutional, statutory, and customary powers of the governor. I want to know how I can leverage things to be able to get all this stuff to land. I can't just say, I want this and it gets done. I got to maneuver that through a constitutional system of checks and balances. We knew that. We always thought ahead about how you overcome that. And then the final thing is just, I sat there on the first day as governor. I looked around the empty office and I was just like, listen, I don't know what SOB is going to succeed me, but they are not going to have a lot to do because I'm going to get all the meat off the bone that I can. You have a limited amount of time and you got to get it done. And that's what we've done. Thank you.
Governor DeSantis wrapping up his remarks there in Naples at the Forum Club of Southwest Florida. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. There are some things going on in Tallahassee today, a little bit later this afternoon. Some committee meetings, a number of things being discussed, and I think those don't start until around 3:30, so a little bit of a later start to kick off this week today. So we'll be keeping an eye on some of those things that happen a little bit later. I will say we heard earlier today from Fentress Driscoll, the Democrat from Tampa, who is the House Minority Leader, holding her weekly media availability, speaking with reporters earlier today via Zoom. And here is some of what she had to say, including pushing back against redistricting efforts and also talking about some of her concerns for local governments as the potential elimination of property taxes continues to move forward.
Hello and welcome to week 4 of session. Up first, a couple of topics that we talk about pretty much every week, but they're important. So, redistricting. Florida should not redraw our congressional maps to benefit Republicans. No matter what anyone says, this is an illegal partisan gerrymander happening because Donald Trump wants to rig the midterm elections to prevent the American people from holding his administration accountable for their failed policies. The Fair Districts amendments to the Florida Constitution outlaws drawing maps to benefit one party over another. And that's exactly what Donald Trump has asked the legislature to do. People should pick their politicians. Politicians should not pick their people. Joined with me today, as usual, is our policy chair, Representative Kelly Skidmore. Rep. Skidmore, do you have any thoughts on this?
Thank you, Leader, and good morning, everyone. We all know Florida has seen population growth for at least a century, and it's never caused us to redraw the maps in the middle of a decade before. So I don't accept DeSantis' suggestion that we need to do it now. Even if it were valid, there's no new census. We don't know where many of these people live. And looking at the national mood and special elections, Republicans do risk losing more than they gain this year. But even if that's true, no one should be trying to rig the election for their party, especially at the request of a broadly unpopular president. Thank you, Leader.
Thanks, Rep. Skidmore. The other issue we want to discuss at the top of this time with you is property taxes, because it's a big looming issue this session. Taking away a community's ability to collect property taxes means we get fewer services like police, firefighters, parks, and libraries. Or we have to pay for this through some other way like new fees or taxes. This is either a tax shift or the defunding of our local communities, period. And this would turn our smaller counties into welfare counties, where their money would be controlled by Tallahassee politicians and paid for by the large counties. The state's economists say that we are headed for a major budget crisis within a couple of years. Now's not the time to defund our local governments with the vague promise that Tallahassee will pay the bill, especially by a politician who will not be in office when the crisis happens. I'd love to support a property tax cut, especially as Florida faces an affordability crisis, but I'm not comfortable with any plan I've seen so far. They just cost our communities too much. Let's also talk about healthcare, because this week the House will be passing several healthcare related bills. Access to good, affordable healthcare is a huge concern facing Floridians, and we need to do a lot more to help our seniors and working families stay healthy. Florida is one of only 10 states that still refuse to accept Medicaid expansion dollars. At this point, it's just ridiculous because it's left hundreds of millions of tax dollars on the table. That money would have paid for healthcare for lower income Floridians, helping them live better, healthier lives, and keep them at work, providing for their families, and instead of being sick and in our ERs, which is the most expensive form of healthcare. Despite overwhelming public support for vaccines, the DeSantis administration is continuing to push the unpopular and dangerous idea of removing vaccine requirements for kids in public schools. This puts everyone, but especially our children, at risk. No child deserves to be ravaged by measles or racked by whooping cough. It's dangerous and irresponsible to put them at risk. Florida already has an exemption process that allows families with concerns to make their own choices. Removing the requirement will mean vaccine coverage in our schools and our communities will drop, and people, specifically kids, we're talking about our kids, will get sick and die needlessly. Also, Florida leads the nation in Affordable Care Act enrollment. but over 200,000 fewer Floridians are getting coverage than last year, and that number is rising. Because the Republican Congress let premium tax credits expire, our friends and neighbors cannot afford to pay for healthcare coverage. Premiums went up by over 25%, and this year it's expected that the rate of the uninsured will jump to 17%. That's nearly 1 in 5 Floridians. We needed Congress to act, but since they won't, Florida should be looking for ways to help. So far, I haven't seen the legislature doing enough to tackle this problem. Rep. Skidmore, any thoughts?
Well, many of my colleagues know I have an autoimmune disorder. So when we don't have herd immunity, people like me are at enormous risk for catching these diseases, even if we do have been vaccinated as children. So the risk in and of itself is enormous. And it starts with our children, but it doesn't end there. And that is why this is such a critical issue for Florida, and Floridians should be up in arms about the risk that they're going to take when and if the Surgeon General and Governor DeSantis decide that vaccines aren't important anymore.
Thanks so much. Okay. Was there anything else you wanted to hit on before we open it up for questions?
I think we can open up for questions. There are some big bills happening this week, Leader, in education, in healthcare, in commerce, lots to pay attention to. So I'm looking forward to answering some questions if I can.
Sounds good. Okay. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat or take yourself off mute and we will address them in turn. From Marta, good morning. Do you have a comment on House Bill 17, which would mandate life in prison for those convicted of manslaughter against law enforcement? What do you have to say to concerns that the bill would allow unlawful force to be used against civilians? I'll be candid in that I haven't seen this one, Marta, so we'd have to take a look. I think that I can't think of any other crime where we allow life in prison for manslaughter, but I could be speaking totally out of turn and probably should get back to you later after I've had an opportunity to review this one. Rep. Skidmore, I don't know if you're familiar.
Well, I will say that there are a number of pieces of legislation that enhance penalties, that make things tougher on crime. Some are very good, I believe are very good and protect our citizens. And others feel that there are some that cross the line. This is one of those that I think has some controversy attached to it.
Thank you. And Marta, we'll be happy to get back to you after the fact. Any additional questions? James, can you let me see. Can you persuade me that the property tax reform debate is just a distraction? No measure will pass the legislature. I don't know if I can persuade you with that, James. I think we have yet to see what's going to happen. I mean, I will concede and admit and wholeheartedly actually agree with you that this is totally a distraction. We know that Floridians are facing an affordability crisis, but recent studies show, and frankly, just anecdotal evidence of speaking with our neighbors shows that people are more concerned about property insurance reform, and they feel that the legislature's let them down. You know, I continue to hear talking points from the Republicans that there are new insurers in the market and the rates are going down. But when I share that feedback at town halls and ask my constituents, have any of your rates go down? They vehemently say no. And if anything, they feel like even when they get pushed out of Citizens, that they're not getting the highest quality property insurance. So I feel like it's still a mixed bag. I don't know that the market reforms have fully shaken out, but I do know that the Florida House Democrats and Senate Democrats are carrying a great bill. Rep. Skidmore actually is carrying it in the House that would help lower property insurance rates by as much as 30%. And that is what we should be focused on, some sort of a national compact that spreads risk beyond just Florida. So yes, I do think it is a distraction. I'm not quite confident what will pass. I think personally that something will pass. And what's so unfortunate about it is that Floridians probably won't have the full picture and will be voting on something where they're not paying out of their back pocket anymore, but then they just be paying out of their front.
That was the House Democratic leader Fentrice Driscoll speaking earlier today. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are continuing today our looks at several high-profile races that you will find on your ballot this year in 2026. And today, talking to another candidate in the 7th Congressional District race. Pleased to be joined this afternoon by Maria Elena Kinter, who is a Democrat running in Florida's 7th Congressional District race, and she joins us live now via Zoom. And Maria Elena, we appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate being here.
So first of all, just for those who may not be familiar with you, if you could just kind of introduce yourself and talk to us a little bit about your background before we get into kind of the dynamics of this campaign.
Absolutely. Thank you. I'm Maria Elena Kinter, Navy veteran, former nuclear reactor supervisor, and I'm running because we need a representative who puts Central Florida first, not personal gain or self-advancement. A little bit about me. I don't come from a wealthy family. Like most people, I was raised in a family that worked hard and still struggled to make ends meet. I was the youngest of 4 kids raised by a single mother who, again, worked tirelessly to provide for us. And at 17, I joined the Navy and served as a mechanic and worked my way up from a mechanic to being a nuclear reactor plant supervisor. And I spent nearly a decade working in the nuclear field in a zero-fail, high-stress environment where integrity and delivering results were above all else. And it's very clear to me that when I look at Washington, I can see that that standard is not being upheld anymore. And right now we have representatives like Corey Mills in our district who are using their seat as a personal stepping stool and a get-rich-quick scheme for personal advancement. And our families here in Central Florida are struggling. We are drowning. There's a housing crisis. People can't afford homeowners insurance or health insurance, and they're being ignored by their representative. And I refuse to be part of that broken system. And a little bit about my campaign is that I refuse to accept funds from corporations or special interests because I am wholly accountable to our communities in Seminole, Volusia County. I will never be indebted to anybody else, and I will work for our communities every day, not special interest groups. And my campaign strives to deliver results now through food drives and clothing drives, where we quite literally put food on the tables of our local families and put clothes on the back of homeless veterans and single mothers, as well as anyone in our community who needs it. And I'm running because we need a representative in Central Florida who will fight for our families every single day.
Talk to us about what some of your top priorities would be if you do make it to Congress.
Some of my personal top priorities will be the healthcare crisis. We struggle to acquire healthcare. Our families, no family in Central Florida should go bankrupt trying to make sure that their family has medical care, especially our senior citizens and children in the wake of the massive budget cuts to our social healthcare programs that provide for millions of people in the state of Florida. And then alleviating the cost of living through affordable housing, as well as investing in our public education, because we need to invest in our public education to invest in our job economy, especially in places like Seminole and Volusia County, where we rely heavily on our trade and food programs, as well as our trade and food jobs and careers. We need to invest equally into the trade education programs.
One of your fellow Democratic challengers has dropped out of this race and endorsed another one of your fellow Democrats, Bill Dalton. How do you, in a campaign like this, with several Democrats running to try to challenge Corey Mills in this race, how do you separate yourself in this primary race?
The way that I personally separate myself is by running a race that the community can be proud to support. When I launched my campaign 6 months ago, I told Seminole and Volusia County I would not ask for their vote until I earned it. And I spent the last 6 months proving it by holding food drives. We launched with a food drive when the EBT and food assistance programs were threatened. We came together and held another food drive and a community dinner for any furloughed and federal employee during the shutdown. We held a 2-month-long clothing drive where we drove personally all over Central Florida and Seminole and Volusia County, picking up clothes from anyone who wanted to get rid of them and delivered them to single mothers and homeless veterans, as well as making sure that every step of the way, every single step during my campaign, I'm aiming to deliver results to our community while being responsible only to our community, not special or corporate interest groups. So I don't focus on what other Democrats are doing in the race because I'm focused on running a race that's worth running. And I think a lot of people can focus on that.
Do you think this is a race that's winnable for a Democrat?
I absolutely believe that this race is winnable for a Democrat. In fact, I know it, especially if we focus on community issue and not partisan issues. Right now, especially with what's going on a national level, we need to be voting our morals. We can't have robots that go down a party line. We need to be voting for what's best for our community. And whether you're red or blue, I will always fight for that.
What are you hearing from the voters you talk to as far as the issues that are most important to them in this congressional race?
The things I'm hearing directly from the constituents in Seminole and Volusia County are people are tired of being ignored by representatives. People are tired of feeling as though their vote means nothing because their representative isn't going to act on behalf of the community. Our representative currently only acts on behalf of personal gain, and people are sick of it. They notice it. The legislation, we elect people to serve the public community. We elect people to serve Seminole and Volusia County. And when we have a representative who does not do that and votes for whatever they prefer or whatever their preferred party wants, instead of what constituents are asking for, that's what people are hurting from. We elect representatives to introduce legislation and introduce policy. And if they aren't willing to do that on behalf of our community, they need to be out of office. And people are tired of it. People are ready for change. The voice is unified in Central Florida.
How do you explain to people how your background helped prepare you for a potential role in Congress?
I love that question. I love talking about the nuclear program as well as my time in the Navy. I joined at 17 and worked up from a mechanic to a nuclear reactor supervisor. And during that time, it's a very high stress job. It's a job that has a no fail environment. Integrity is above all else. If you make a mistake in nuclear power and you don't immediately own up to it and come up with corrective action, it can have catastrophic effects. And right now in Washington, we have an integrity crisis. People are covering up all sorts of things. We have corruption, we have embezzlement, we have ethics investigations, seemingly left and right. And working in a zero fail, integrity driven environment absolutely prepares me for that. I've had to work in life and death situations all across the globe while deployed on the USS Nimitz, as well as in maintenance periods and leading teams of hundreds of people in a mission in order to accomplish what we needed to at the time. Mission accomplishment, delivering tangible results are also things that I thank my service for. They taught me in no uncertain terms there's no substitute, not a single substitute for delivering tangible results. It doesn't matter about your ideology. It doesn't matter about your opinion. If you're not delivering the results that you were placed into a job for, it is all for nothing. And thankfully, my naval experience and nuclear field experience did prepare me for that.
Maria Elena Kinter, Democratic candidate for the 7th Congressional District. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today and talking about this with us.
Thank you for having me. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Take care. And as I mentioned, this is one of those races that we are continuing to talk to many of the candidates. We have talked with Congressman Corey Mills, Republican incumbent. We have talked with Bale Dalton, one of the Democratic candidates in this race. We also recently had the chance to speak with Michael Don Johnson, another one of the Republican candidates who is challenging Corey Mills in the Republican primary. So you will hear that as well very soon here on Fox 35 News Plus as we continue to focus on that, the 7th Congressional District, which is Volusia and Seminole counties. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back. Tracking breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. Want to give you a live look right now at I-95, where you can see heavy smoke in the area. There is a large brush fire that, according to FHP, is shutting down parts of I-95, looking between mile markers 166, that's St. John's Heritage Parkway, and mile marker 173, Malabar Road, because of visibility concerns. And you can just see in some of these areas why that is, specifically in the shot from the top left, where it is very difficult to see. And you can kind of see the bottom right, which does not have a live continuous stream there, but you can see as the vehicles emerge from that smoke, just like a wall of smoke there. So visibility issues on I-95, and again, that has shut down the interstate between mile markers 166 and 173. So we will continue to keep an eye out for that and give you updates as we get them. Also want to give you a live look right now. This is a event where Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and some others are talking about a new mental health initiative that is being launched. And let me also give you a live look in Brevard County, where a hearing is underway, a plea and sentencing hearing for Elizabeth Hill Brodigan, who is a former principal who has been accused in this story that we've been tracking for a while now, involving more than 100 teenagers at a party at the home. Let's go ahead and listen in. This is just getting underway. Again, she could end up avoiding some jail time as part of this plea deal. We do expect to hear some witnesses called today. So we're going to go ahead and listen in as this court hearing gets underway right now in Viera.
Which you're about to enter a plea? Yes, ma'am. Now, you and the state have agreed to the following. As to the 3 counts, you would be sentenced as follows: 2 years of supervised probation with special conditions. It would be 6 months probation on count 1 and 1 year probation on count 3 concurrent, 1 year probation on count 4 consecutive to counts 1 and 3. So would this be a total of 2 years or 2 years, 6 months? 2 years. So counts 1 and 3 are concurrent? Okay. There would be special conditions on all counts, including no unsupervised contact with a minor less than 18 unless the minor's parent or legal guardian is present, no house parties or gatherings where alcohol and or marijuana is being possessed or used, and minors or persons less than 21 years of age are present. And that's at her home. Okay. And she would receive a withhold of adjudication as to those misdemeanor counts. State, would you be null processing the remaining counts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And Ms. Hill Brodigan, is that the agreement you've reached with the state of Florida?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. State, is this the agreement that you have worked out with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. However, there is restitution. Cocoa Beach is claiming $5,152 in restitution. The defense wants more details on that, so that amount is reserved.
So are the parties agreeing restitution would be ordered but reserved as to the amount, as to the COI?
It's cost of investigation.
Cost of investigation.
Yes,
okay.
Order the cost of investigation, please reserve as to the amount so we can get the detailed itemization of where they come up with that number. If we agree to it, I'll let Ms. Lynch know, no objection. If there's a problem,
Okay. And state, have you had a chance, I noticed last time that this agreement involves dropping a number of counts for which there were victims or persons listed in the information. Were you able to attempt to contact those to let them know about today's plea date and the plea negotiations?
Judge, I did make contact with them. I made contact with the 3 remaining victims who would be the subject of the counts that were null pros. Made them aware of it. They were also sent letters I confirmed they received the letters. I've had several conversations with them, and they chose not to be here.
Okay. And did any of them have any input or have anything they wanted to say?
No, one said he just wanted to move on. Another just said that they got the letter, they don't want to be here.
All right. And was there anything else regarding this agreement that the state would like the court to know? Because, of course, I only have the probable cause or arrest warrant affidavit. I don't get any other additional facts that the state and defense may have had. Is there anything else that went into this plea?
Judge, it was just looking at the totality of the circumstances. We feel as though, trying to protect the community and making sure this doesn't happen again. It was something that got way out of control, and it should never have happened, but it did happen. And so these are the consequences being here in court, but we're just seeking protection of the community.
And I know the cost of investigation will be ordered but reserved as to the amount. Have you spoken with the Cocoa Beach Police Department to receive their input?
Yes, Your Honor, I did. Before I even extended the plea offer, I did communicate with Cocoa Beach Police Department, the lead detective in the case, and he was in agreement with them. And over the weekend, I emailed him again as a reminder of the plea sentencing if they wanted to say anything, and I didn't get anything further from them.
All right, and I don't notice any other persons here, victims, or anyone present. Is that correct, Ms. Lynch?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Hill-Brodigan, have you ever been on probation before?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you willfully and substantially violate the terms of your probation could be revoked, you could be rearrested, you could be held without bond and sentenced up to the maximum for each charged offense?
Yes.
And if that were to happen in this case, you could be looking at up to 2 years and 60 days in the Brevard County Jail. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
As to the charges of open house party, second-degree misdemeanor, and the 2 counts of contributing to the delinquency or dependency of a minor, first-degree misdemeanor, how do you plead to those charges?
No contest.
Are you pleading no contest because you believe that's in your best interest?
Yes, Your Honor.
By entering your plea, you're giving up a number of rights. I'll go over those rights and then I'll ask you a question. You're giving up the right to have a trial before a judge or jury at which you would not be compelled to testify against yourself. You're giving up the right to make the state prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You're giving up the right to confront and cross-examine witnesses called against you. Giving up the right to compel witnesses to appear on your behalf and present any witnesses or defense you may have. Giving up the right to testify or to remain silent. Giving up the right to a direct appeal of your conviction. And you're giving up the right to any kind of appeal except for the legality of your sentence. Do you understand you're giving up these rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if in the future you were ever found guilty of another crime, here or in any other state, this plea and sentence could cause you to receive a higher sentence in that case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you aware there could be collateral consequences outside the plea agreement that can affect you?
Yes.
Are you aware that if you are not a United States citizen, you could be deported as a result of this plea?
Yes.
And Mr. Shahaz, have you reviewed the discovery disclosed by the state in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review the nature of the evidence with the defendant?
Yes.
Is the state or defense aware of any physical item of evidence which, if tested for DNA, may exonerate the defendant?
No.
Not from the defense, no.
Ma'am, did anyone promise you anything other than what's in this plea agreement?
No, Your Honor.
Did anyone force you to enter into the plea?
No.
Any objection, Mr. Shahaz, to the court taking judicial notice of the court file, including any probable cause affidavit or arrest warrant affidavit?
No.
State, is there anything further you need to supplement as to the factual basis?
No, we'll rely upon the court file, Judge.
And Mr. Shahaz, based upon the court taking judicial notice of the court file, does the defense stipulate there's a factual basis for this plea?
For purposes of the plea, we stipulate.
I find, based on my review of the court file, my conversation with the defendant and counsel, there is a factual basis for this plea, and I will accept the plea. I find the plea is entered freely, voluntarily, knowingly, and intelligently. I find today, ma'am, you are alert and intelligent, that you understand the nature and consequences of your plea. You've had the assistance of an attorney with whom you're satisfied, and that you feel the plea to be in your best interest. Is there any legal cause why we cannot proceed to sentencing?
No, Judge.
This is a misdemeanor resolution, so there is no score sheet. As to count 1, open house party, second-degree misdemeanor, I'm going to withhold adjudication and sentence you to 6 months of supervised probation. Count 3, contributing to the delinquency or dependency of a minor, first-degree misdemeanor. I'm going to withhold adjudication and sentence you to 1 year of supervised probation. That will be concurrent with count 1. Count 4, contributing to the delinquency or dependency of a minor, first-degree misdemeanor. On a withhold adjudication, sentence you to 12 months of probation. That will be consecutive to count 3, counts 1 and 3. Now, all standard conditions of probation will apply. They're available in the statute and should also be in your judgment and sentence. I want to go over the special conditions of probation. You were to have no unsupervised no unsupervised contact with a minor less than 18 unless the minor's parent or legal guardian is present. There are to be no house parties at your home or gatherings where alcohol and or marijuana is being possessed or used, and minors or persons less than 21 years of age are present. There's a cost of prosecution, $100. Cost of investigation, the amount is ordered but reserved as to the amount to be decided later, either at a hearing or by stipulation. And I see the additional conditions, see if there's any. All right, there are some additional conditions. You'll remain at your residence between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. due to a curfew imposed, unless otherwise directed by the court or is modified by probation and parole. You'll maintain full-time employment and or attend school or vocational school full-time or a combination of school work during the term of your supervision. You need to make a good faith effort to do so. You shall submit your person, property, place of residence, vehicle, or personal effects to warrantless search at any time by any probation or community control officer. You need to report to probation today up here on the 4th floor. I will give you 23 months to pay all costs associated with this case. State, do you have an announcement as to counts 2, 5, 6, and 7?
Your Honor, the state would null pros counts 2, 5, 6, and 7. And the only other thing I would ask is that once restitution is determined, that be divided into equal number of her remaining probation, so that the cost of investigation is also paid before her probation would expire.
All right, we'll discuss that if we need to at any hearing or stipulation. You can include that information. Anything else, State, Defense, or Madam Clerk, that I need to address?
No, Judge.
All right, ma'am, you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence in this case. Thank you and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to wait for the paperwork and then we'll walk this down.
Okay. And I have a hearing coming up right after this. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Just be excused.
Yes, have a good day.
We'll wait out in that room pursuant to your company's instructions.
All right, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah, I've got a motion to suppress right after
Yep,
this.
thank you, Judge.
Elizabeth Hill Brodigan walking out of the courtroom after entering a no contest plea on several misdemeanor charges following that incident and a long legal battle that stemmed from an underage party that was held. Not only she as a former principal, there was also another teacher who faced charges in this as well. But she was essentially sentenced to probation here, a few other rules, curfew, no house parties, things like that, some conditions of that, but entering the no contest plea to kind of put this whole incident to rest here. And now, again, the judge also withholding adjudication so that these are misdemeanor charges and just a probation that she is being sentenced with during that brief plea and sentencing hearing that just lasted for, about 10 minutes or so in Vieira. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are also standing by, I should let you know, for another hearing that is getting ready to get underway shortly in Orlando for a man who is accused of a probation violation that put him back behind bars after being arrested in connection with an attack on a jogger in College Park. This is the Tyler Fight case. This has gotten a lot of attention as well from state officials and who have made comments about how the prosecutor's office in Orlando has handled this. And so we'll be keeping an eye on what happens in that probation hearing whenever it gets underway. It has not started just yet. So we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is speaking right now about a new mental health and addiction initiative. This is called Action for Progress. It is a new initiative to address what they say is a growing issue when it comes to mental health and addiction here in the country. So let's listen to the Secretary Kennedy as he speaks right now in Washington, D.C.
Need help and provide them with help before they have encounters with the criminal justice system, with hospitals, with medical care, et cetera.
Right. So as you look ahead, Secretary, thinking about the future, in 5 years in America, what progress do you hope you'll see as a result of this work? How do you see that progress moving forward for our future?
Well, I'm hoping that we've at least by then gotten a series of models around the country in states and cities of things that work, so that we know how to do them. We know how to bring the insurance companies in.
Yes.
We know how to do early intervention. We know how to unify the response across all the different agencies. And we know how to, we've developed ways of following the addict for several years and having somebody take ownership of that addict and say, okay, if I pay you as a rehab, I'm not going to pay you, a daily rate. So that the guy relapses in 2 months and you get paid again. I'm going to pay you one cash disbursement for him for a year, or for 2 years, or 3 years.
Yes, and really manage the care.
Right, and you manage all the care.
Yes.
You're responsible for that individual, so if he shows up on your doorstep again, you're going to lose money.
Right, right.
And that gives the economic incentive, the financial incentive to that rehab to do everything in their power to make sure that addict does not return. And when you align the economic incentives with the healthcare outcomes that we're looking for, behavior will change. And that is what we need to do. And that misalignment is pervasive throughout the healthcare system in this country, and it's why we're paying so much for healthcare, because people are not getting paid to make patients well. Everybody in the system, the insurers, the hospitals, the doctors, the pharmaceutical companies, are all making money by keeping us sick. And those economic incentives filter down and they change human behavior. And we're not going to do anything without, the easiest way to change behavior is to rationalize the financial incentives. Right. Once you do that, everything else is just going to follow naturally. Now, people are going to be incentivized to identify the interventions that actually work.
Yes.
And to implement them. And the companies that don't do that are going to go out of business. And the companies that do are going to stay in business and flourish. All the things that we're chattering about, nothing's going to work unless we realign those incentives. It's absolutely critical that we do that. So, we all have our thinking caps on every day about how do we do that? How do we do models for this? How do we, how do we rationalize the economic incentives so that they're aligned with good healthcare policy and good health?
Yeah, well, that's, I think everyone in this room, and certainly the work we're doing for Action for Progress under Patrick's leadership is really focusing and aligned with exactly what you're saying. So we are really grateful to you for your leadership and grateful that you're moving forward with all of these initiatives that we can work with you on and be supportive of and really transform the mental health addiction care that we provide in this country. It really is an exciting opportunity.
Thank you very much, Tom.
We're about out of time. I just want to say one personal thing at the end. The Secretary and I have known each other for, I don't know, most of our lives, actually, since we were kids.
At least 50 years.
At least 50 years. Uh, when I was talking about doing this, my colleague said two things. Don't call him Bobby, and don't start talking about Hickory Hill and Hyannisport stories. So we stayed away from all of that. But what we didn't talk about and we touched on was, I think, the thing that I find most inspiring by this whole discussion, Secretary, is one, your passion and commitment to transforming the system and providing that leadership. But also, if you think about those who are suffering today, right now, struggling the way that you did in the past, and looking at sort of that time to where you are today as the Secretary of Health, influencing the health of millions of Americans, the inspiration and hope that that provides is beyond description. So thank you for all you're doing, and we look forward to working with you into the future to achieve these extraordinarily important goals that you've aligned.
Thank you very much, Tom, and thank all of you.
Let's give the Secretary a round of applause. You're the best. Give me a hug, man. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Well, that was really an inspiring conversation.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary, walking off the stage there after that discussion where he talked about Action for Progress, this new initiative focused on mental health and addiction and fighting that across the country. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We were talking about the 7th Congressional District race, and speaking just a little bit ago with Maria Elena Kinter, who is a Democratic candidate in that race, hoping to challenge Corey Mills if she makes it out of the Democratic primary. We have also talked previously with Bale Dalton, one of the other Democratic candidates in that race. We recently spoke with Corey Mills, the incumbent congressman who has faced a number of controversies as well. And he is being challenged on the Republican side by a couple of Republican candidates, one of them being Michael Don Johnson, who I had the chance to speak with recently about why he is running in this race and whether he thinks he can unseat the incumbent. Michael, what made you want to run in this 7th Congressional District race?
The reason that I'm running again is because we need someone who has moral values, integrity, resides in a district full time, and someone that could represent us properly in Washington, D.C. for our district.
You said you have run before. Why? What do you think makes this time maybe a little bit different?
Good question. It makes a difference this time because the information that we were presenting in the last election was based on facts that we knew and that are still now known and now have been exposed. And I believe that the voters of Seminole and Volusia County now understand what is representing them today. And I think they are all pretty well fed up and want to change.
Talk to us a little bit about your background. You don't have the name recognition that the incumbent Corey Mills does. So when you go out and introduce yourself to voters, what do you tell them?
I tell them that I was in the government for 30 plus years, and I spent a lot of time in the Capitol on the Senate and House side, presenting fraud, waste, and abuse to shut down programs, and also to garner money from congressmen and senators to fund the right kind of programs that we need in the government. I have been advocating for truth and for things to be done right all my life in the government. And we've caught some bad guys over the years. We shut down some wasteful programs over the years. And it's a long story. And there's actually had been movies made about some of the cases that I was involved in. And I believe that my expertise is vital to what we need to go going on in Washington, D.C. now. You know, I fought fraud, waste, and abuse within the government, going after contractors that frauded the government. I went after employees with the DOD, with NASA that were scamming the government also. And I feel that we need someone in the government now that has the experience and will focus on the right things and do the right thing for the voters of this district and for the citizens of the United States.
So what would your top priorities be then if you were elected to Congress?
Well, my first priority is that I would reintroduce the resolution to censor Ilhan Omar that Nancy Mace made a few months ago. And I want to follow through with that. My priorities is that people that are in the House and the Senate and our federal judges should be American-born citizens. And they should know about our heritage, our values, and our country. And I would make that my first bills that I would present and sponsor with other fellow representatives.
Your top priority being a censure of another member of Congress. How do you sell that to voters of Florida as to why they should care, why that matters to the constituents that you are hoping to send you there, and might have kind of more pressing things that they feel impact them more than something like that would?
Well, everybody knows in the news today and still going on that this person represents a community that has frauded our fellow citizens out of billions of dollars of fraud. And we're talking about housing fraud, Medicare fraud, SNAP fraud, child care fraud. And she's an advocate for those type of people. And she's still pushing for them even today and putting her lies out there about our country. And we don't need someone like that in Congress. We get elected to represent our citizens, not citizens from another country. And that's why I think a lot of people, I'm pretty sure from everyone I'm talking to, say that this needs to be done.
We know the top issue on voters' minds here in Florida, according to a number of polls, is affordability. What do you think Congress can do to help with that in Florida?
The main thing about affordability is that we need to do anything we can to pass legislation that would enhance competition. We need to make sure that we have competition in the healthcare industry to encourage young folks to get into that care industry as nurses, technicians, and also to have competition in the insurance business, in the health insurance business, like we do in the auto insurance business. We see all kinds of commercials about auto insurance, but we see no competition in the health insurance area. And we need to make it easier for people to and entities to create insurance companies, and also we need to focus on healthcare and make it more affordable, and to also set up health savings accounts and make them where they last forever in your lifetime, not to the end if you don't spend the money at the end of the year, that you can roll it over. And then there's no maximum on the healthcare systems. I mean, the healthcare savings either. The affordability of housing, our young children, a lot of them can't even afford to pay rent anymore. They have to live at home with their parents or grandparents. And we need to have competition in the housing industry. And that starts with lowering taxes on property taxes and other taxes that we're forced to pay to serve other interests in local governments and state and federal government.
Always an uphill battle when you're challenging an incumbent, someone who has been in office. So how do you as a candidate kind of handle that?
I believe that a lot of people now realize who's representing us now. And I think people are tired of someone that is in a government position that focuses on themselves. And I believe that we need a representative that will represent us locally in Seminole and Volusia County versus going over to the Middle East and hanging out with governments and jihadists in Syria. We need someone that's here representing us and our interests in the area of roads, flooding, the insurance industry here, our schools, our children's safety. But we have a representative now that focuses on himself. He's been in the news several times. Almost every month there's something new coming out about him, and we're tired of it. We want someone to focus on our area, to bring back the money that we give to the federal government. Every $6 that we pay into the federal government, our district only gets $1 back. The average taxpayer here pays about $22,000 a year in federal taxes, and we have nothing to show for it. Everything that we're sending in to the federal government is going to overseas companies, it's going to big corporations, and into the pockets of a lot of NGOs and private entities that don't deserve the money. We need it back here to take care of our communities. And I believe that a lot of people now know that our incumbent is not fit for office. And he's under ethics investigations right now. He's got lots of complaints about it. His personal life, also a foreclosure on his business that he owes $66 million on. And a lot of these cases, these court cases, both federal and state, are not in our district. That's because he's never here. He's not in our district. I'm a resident of this district. I've been here since 1985. My children, my late wife, we all went to school here. We went to colleges here. We went to churches here. And this is our community. We know it. Our incumbent supposedly is someone that comes down here, rents a vacation rental, and then goes back home. And I think that voters now realize that they made a mistake and now want someone that will actually truly represent them. And that's me for this round.
What's the bottom line here? What you want voters to know as we kind of head closer, still months away, but head closer to the primary election?
I think that the voters need to know that there's someone here that's for them. I'm for them. I'm not for myself. And I'm one of these guys that, I don't need to have a pension from the Congress. If we elect the incumbent, if we elect him one more time, he gets to serve another year like Marjorie Taylor Greene, and he gets to retire, and he's got a federal pension the rest of his life. So if anyone that believes in term limits, this is a time to exercise your true belief in term limits by voting this guy out. When I run, I only plan on running and serve a term or two, and that's it. I'm waiting for the young generation, someone that will be honorable, that'll have integrity, that'll tell the truth, that'll do the right thing for our constituents here and our citizens here. I'm not in this for anything about myself. I'm in this for the people and the families of our counties right here in Central Florida.
Michael Don Johnson speaking with me recently about the 7th Congressional District race. Let me give you a live look right now. Dr. Oz speaking now about this initiative, this behavioral health, mental health, and addiction initiative that the U.S. is launching, the Trump administration. Dr. Oz is the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Go ahead and listen in for a couple of minutes here before we wrap up Fox 35 News Plus.
Patients do you see? It's like It's like a shoemaker. How many soles you hammering into the bottom of the customer's shoes? Every shoe you hammer, you get paid more. So you want to do as many as you can. If the work's not so great, doesn't last that long, you still get paid. So there's a lot of incentives just to do more. And what's not appreciated often is if folks who are not noble in their pursuit of the healing art of medicine are allowed to game that system, they make a ton of money. And what do they do with that money? They push the other people out of the business. So they begin to take over, like pariahs, or a piranha is a better example with goldfish, just eating all the good guys and pushing them out of the way, and they take over the ecosystem. So it is our job to support those efforts. When good people watch bad people get away with stuff, it's our fault. It's the fault of good people who didn't do much about that. And I've been forced already in my 1-year tenure at CMS to take some pretty draconian actions in areas where we probably could have been more surgical if we just intervened earlier. But by the time I got here, so far gone that you sort of have to burn the whole town down because you don't know who's good anymore. And everyone's going to run away, and hopefully the good people will come back and set up shops and rebuild the place. But you don't want to have to do that. And we risk that in mental health care systems if we're not able to appropriately adjudicate what works, support it, but base reimbursement on value. You get someone healthy again who's got a mental health condition, that's unbelievable value to the economy and to the ecosystem and to our morality. So we ought to do that.
Yeah, amen to that. And I think you're right. Investing in the outcomes that we want and that we agree upon is the critical move because we don't know what we're getting right now. And if we're just checking boxes around a compliant process, we're completely missing the ball. And I think the innovation at the ground level for the people who do the work, and I say this as someone that did street psychiatry in Skid Row, what we need.
This conversation continuing. We are going to have to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back, though, at the top of the hour. We will welcome in our TV audience and continue our live streaming news coverage for another hour with Florida Live. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we will be right back.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It is 2 o'clock on this Monday afternoon. Things finally starting to warm up at least a little bit. The coldest temperatures are out of the way, but we are continuing to track major impacts here in our area because of that cold that we saw over the past couple of days. I want to go ahead and bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, who is joining us live now with our Florida Live forecast. And TJ, I mean, just like we knew it was coming, we had time to prepare for it, but even still, just like seeing some of these impacts and also just kind of reflecting on the historic nature of this, it really is just kind of crazy what we just experienced here.
You would never think you'd be out in the Sunshine State here. Everything from flurries to the potential for temperatures down almost as cold as our record for Orlando, coldest all-time record. We weren't all that shy. That was 18 set back in the late 1800s, but still, it got dang cold, and wind chills were just, I mean, it was brutal. Saturday night into Sunday morning. I just, thankfully for the sun, you know, we had temperatures warming up back above freezing, but didn't feel like it for most of the day yesterday.
Yeah, and we're gonna check in with Stephanie Buffamonte in a few minutes, who's been going around to many of the farms in Lake County who have. You know, some of them have been kind of devastated by the temperatures and the kind of fallout from it.
I think that's the saddest part of it all, because, you know, we think of our infrastructure here, you know, sometimes it just can't handle how cold the air is, and sadly we saw pipes bursting even in our own neighborhood. It happened. Thankfully we didn't lose water or anything. It was the irrigation system throughout the neighborhood, but I'm just like, I saw like one of the electric units looked like it was potentially going to teeter into the hole where the pipes had burst. I was just like, geez, this is just, it's crazy, and people's livelihoods too, just kind of gashed with this fierce cold.
And so we know things are starting to warm up a little bit. It's a little bit milder this afternoon, but we do still have some below average temperatures over the coming days.
We do, and even when we warm up to the 70s, I mean, it'll feel like a heat wave, Garrett. I feel like it's still likely going to be just a touch below where we should be for this time of the year. And we had the record cold this morning too, just like we had on Sunday.
Yeah.
So hopefully everyone bundled up.
Let's hope so. You kind of had to, no doubt about it. But it's looking nice out there right now. This is the look at Port Canaveral. So kind of take us through the afternoon here.
Just like yesterday, Garrett, we have the suns. That's been a positive on the day. If anyone is getting out, still need to grab the heavier jacket for sure. But certainly some improvement, a little warmer this afternoon compared to what we had on our Sunday. This is the photo. This is actually, if you've frequented Magic Kingdom, this is the icicles on Tiana's Bayou Adventure, or formerly Splash Mountain, which I never thought I'd see the day, Garrett, to have icicles.
Yeah, who would have thought? So you braved the theme parks on Sunday, huh?
Would you expect anything less out of me?
Well, no, but at the same time, it's still pretty cold.
It is.
What was the crowd like out there? Were there other people? Was it pretty crowded?
Shockingly enough, it was packed.
Really?
But people, I mean, I saw a lot of people in heavy coats and gloves. So people did, at least it seemed like they heeded the warnings, and they definitely layered, which was good news.
Yeah, you would have to, and with that breeze out there as well. But that is something to see.
Isn't
those
that crazy?
icicles.
I saw as we were going up the lift hill. I'm like, wait a minute, those are icicles. I about jumped out of the log. I was so excited, but I couldn't believe it at the same time. These are some of the record conditions we had this morning. Orlando setting another one. So 2 days in a row we broke a record here in Orlando. Same for Sanford, Leesburg, and Daytona. And old records at that, decades old records shattered. And we kind of continued on with our Sunday trend. Right now, we're back into the 50s. Still chilly, still running over 20 degrees below normal. But this feels better. The wind nowhere near as strong as what we had Saturday and early Sunday. But once again, freeze warnings for essentially all of Central Florida through 9 a.m. Tuesday. So if you maybe briefly uncovered your plants, make sure you throw the blankets back on those tonight, because temperatures will fall back into the upper 20s and lower 30s. But I'd say, Garrett, the saving grace again through tonight into tomorrow is that the wind is calmed, and tomorrow we're back into the 60s. So that's exciting. I feel like we're out of the 50s and we're warming up little by little.
We're heading in the right direction, at least, which is good. But let's talk about kind of the pattern here.
Yeah.
Are we going to be seeing more of this? Are we finally starting to trend warmer and start turn the page to spring, or what are we looking like here?
It's so funny because I was looking at now that we've hit a brand new month, looking at the monthly outlook, and it still looks like there's a solid chance that we're going to stay below normal in the eastern third of the country just because of the polar vortex. It's so funny. You think too you have a stronger polar vortex, more cold, but usually the weaker the polar vortex is, the wavier the jet stream can become, and you can get those cold air intrusions. And that's what we had, of course, this weekend, where Arctic air just spilled across the eastern third to half of the country. And it looks like we have another cold front even this week, but won't unleash the same kind of cold, but still temperatures likely, probably more freeze warnings or at least cold weather advisories as we head through our Friday morning, likely back close to the freezing mark, especially north and west of Orlando. So I don't know. It looks like we'll probably have these swings, just like we had the nearly 90-degree temperatures a couple Sundays ago, and this past Sunday, of course, we were down in the freezer.
So not done with it just yet.
I don't think so.
Put away the plant coverings. Don't necessarily put away the jackets.
Yeah.
Keep them somewhat close.
Keep them close. Maybe in the guest bedroom. At least they're far enough away from you where you can forget about them for a little while. But yeah, I think we'll have to pull them back out later this week.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
And Fox 35 Stephanie Buffamonte has been going from farm to farm in Lake County, seeing some of the impacts there. And we checked in with her just a little bit ago at a berry farm that had some blueberries and unfortunately lost some of their plants that were just completely frozen over in the storm.
Good afternoon, Garrett. So we're at Chapman's Berries, and unfortunately the farmer here is worried that he has lost some of his crop. So just to show you over here, he says that these berries are probably a loss for the season. He'll have to prune this blueberry tree. But over here you can see these buds. He said hopefully these will be okay. Now if you look, you'll see in these rows and rows of blueberry trees a lot of ice. And that is because to try to protect the blueberries, blueberry farmers, strawberry farmers had sprinklers going overnight to kind of encase the berry to try to protect these blueberry trees. But the problem is because it was cold for several days in a row, this ice got heavy. You can see it is kind of melting here now. But just to show you some of the problems that they had, let me walk this way. Okay, here's a good example right here. I'm pulling it out, but you can see this branch kind of dropped with the weight of this ice and broke off. And look at all this ice. You can see it's all in the shape of the berry. So this is just all ice that fell off the tree. And unfortunately, some of it the weight of it took down some of these blueberry trees here. And just to show you how heavy this is, I was trying to pick this up before. I'll show you. Look at this. Like, it's really heavy. These ice chunks are really heavy, so that is why you can see the breakage of some of these branches. Now, the farmer here in Osceola County unfortunately says it's kind of a wait-and-see situation. They're going to have to wait for all of this to melt, and then he'll have to see how many blueberry trees he'll have to take out and then replant. But he's hoping, like I was showing you before here, that some of these buds will be okay, and for the other ones that he'll just have to prune these berry trees and hope for the best for next season. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. And it is sad to see the impacts and just what those farmers are going through right now. We know that farm certainly not the only one. Stephanie will have more coming up later as well on Fox 35 News at 5. Right now, we are going to take a break here on Florida Live. We still have a lot to get to over the rest of this hour, so we hope you join us. We're going to talk more about the weather. We are also going to, let me give you a live look right now at Artemis 2 on the launch pad, where the wet dress rehearsal fueling test going on today. We're going to talk about that coming up in a little bit with one of our space experts. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We've got a lot more to come, and we'll be right back with more Florida Live after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. So we're going to go to Fox 13 Tampa Bay and get you to senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, Florida's Attorney General was in Tampa this morning where he was talking about predators, and he did have a message for them in saying that Florida is not a sanctuary state for criminals. Now, he talked about new and ongoing law enforcement actions that are being taken against child and sexual predators. These actions are taking these predators off of the streets across the Bay Area. Now, it follows the conviction of 50-year-old Marquette James. Investigators say for nearly a decade, James targeted young women, forced them into human trafficking, and profited hundreds of thousands of dollars from their abuse. He now faces up to 120 years in prison when he is sentenced this Friday. But the crackdown doesn't stop there. In Pinellas County, 42-year-old Lucas Horizon is behind bars after investigators say they found 18 graphic videos of child abuse on a Dropbox account. Now, you may remember we talked about him and this case last week on Florida Live. He is the owner of Lala's Restaurant and Bar in St. Petersburg and here in Tampa. Now, if convicted, the French national faces prison time as well as deportation. Up in Citrus County, 33-year-old Michael Yonts is also facing charges after FDLE agents said they found 9 similar videos on his phone. But perhaps the most staggering case involves Nathan Holmberg. Prosecutors just added another felony charge to his already massive case. Holmberg is currently facing 73 felony counts, including capital sexual battery. If convicted, he faces 14 life sentences and 7 death sentences. Now, the Attorney General says these arrests are a result of a massive joint effort between HSI Tampa, FDLE, and the local police. He warns that if you come after Florida's children, the state will leave no stone unturned to hold you accountable. Garrett?
Certainly some concerning things to hear about. We know this is a top priority of the Attorney General's office. He talks about the importance of this, and just another example of that in that news conference today.
Yeah, it's definitely another example of it. And again, he just kept reiterating this message that Florida is not a place to go if you are a predator. And this was targeted against both child predators, sexual predators. He just kept reiterating that Florida is not a sanctuary state for criminals.
And second story in the Tampa Connection here, we've talked about the impact of this cold weather on the agriculture, but we're also seeing it on wildlife, and one case in particular out of your area.
Yes, earlier this morning, police with the Treasure Island Police Department, they were on routine patrol when they saw something unusual. They described it as a big lump in the sand that was actually half buried in the sand. As they got closer, it actually blinked at them. And so it turned out this was not just an ordinary lump. It actually turned out to be a cold-stunned sea turtle. Now, experts believe that this turtle washed up during high tide and became too weak to move as the temperatures dropped. Now, in a desperate move to stay warm, they said that the turtle buried itself in the sand, just leaving its head poking out. Now, rescuers with the Clearwater Marine Aquarium, they arrived with blankets and a recovery tote to whisk that turtle away for warm water rehab. Now, CMA staff credit the quick-thinking officers with saving that turtle's life. But it isn't just our native wildlife that's feeling the freeze here. Florida's rare extreme cold is also paralyzing the state's invasive green iguanas. So when temperatures drop into the 40s, these reptiles lose muscle control and can actually start falling from the trees. And while they may look dead, they are often just in a state of paralysis. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission has issued a rare executive order allowing the public to remove these cold-stunned invaders without a permit. Now, this applied for yesterday as well as today. You can bring captured iguanas to 5 designated FWC offices to be humanely killed or sold to licensed dealers. Now, if you do plan to help, the FWC says you must wear protective gear like gloves and long sleeves to avoid scratches. They also warn people never to bring a stunned iguana into your home or car to warm up because they can regain their mobility very quickly, and once they do, they can actually become very aggressive. Now, while some see these iguanas as a nuisance. Other people do see them as a meal. Local hunters say the invasive species are often called chicken of the trees, and they say that the iguanas can actually be quite tasty if they are prepared correctly. But for now, state officials are just focused on the numbers, urging residents to help thin out the population of this invasive species while the weather has them frozen in place. Garrett?
I guess that would make it a little bit easier.
Yes, it would definitely make it easier to catch them when they're frozen. But again, the FWC has 5 designated places where if you do capture one, where you should bring that cold stunned iguana. They do recommend putting it in a closed sack. And again, you do not want to bring these iguanas inside your home or inside your car because they can warm up very quickly. And once they do, they can become aggressive, and you definitely don't want that in your house or in your car, especially not if you're driving.
Yeah, that would not be ideal, that's for sure. And finally, another Gasparilla in the books, Nancy.
Yes, this one, it was definitely a cold one, Garrett, but the events didn't stop on Saturday evening. Now, despite bone-chilling 29-degree temperatures, the volunteer crew from Adventure Outfitters was out in full force early Sunday morning for their annual post-parade cleanup. Now, the cold didn't stop the team from scouring the streets and actually even diving into the bay to clear away the aftermath of Saturday's Gasparilla celebration. In total, the group hauled in over 1,000 pounds of debris and recycling materials, and that includes everything from cans and plastics to exactly 1,800 strands of beads that would have otherwise stayed in our waterways. Adventure Outfitters has been leading this charge since 2020, and they say they aren't finished yet. They are already planning for another massive cleanup this March. And if you want to help keep our community beautiful, we have all the details on how you can volunteer on our website, fox13news.com. Garrett.
All right, Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
Also in the area was Blaise Ngolia, State Chief Financial Officer, who was in Citrus County actually earlier this morning, where he was awarding some grants for firefighters, discussed some of the dangers that firefighters face in the current age compared to what they may have faced 50 years ago. He also talked about PTSD in Florida fire departments and what first responders are dealing with. We know disproportionate impacts for those who are rushing in to scenes when everyone else is rushing out. And so here's a little bit more of what CFO Ngolia, who is also the state's fire marshal, had to say at that news conference earlier today in Beverly Hills.
We have always been big supporters of law enforcement, whether it is fire and police. It is an honor to be the state fire marshal and take on this role also, just to further prove my commitment to our first responder community, because we know that they are the hometown heroes. We know that they are the backbone of a lot of the community, serving people selflessly. So we appreciate that. So some stats here for you all. In Florida, a fire department responds every 9 seconds. Every 9 seconds. An EMS rescue call occurs every 13 seconds. A fire occurs every 11 minutes, and a vehicle fire occurs every 61 minutes. Citrus County alone had over 17,000 calls for service just last year alone. Florida's fortunate to have the best firefighters in the United States. And we're not just saying that as a talking point. We do. We train them. We give the equipment that they need when there are other instances and things that need to be attended to in other states, other wildfires, hurricanes, mudslides. You often see a lot of Florida firefighters go and travel to those, specifically some of our USAR teams here in the state of Florida. They train very hard. They have special tasks and special designations that they go up there, and they're always looking to help. So we appreciate that. And quite frankly, Florida fighters respond quickly and effectively to all types of emergencies. Yes, even cats in trees. I have seen that also. That is true. Our first responders, both firefighters and police, see some of the worst things that happen in our communities, and sometimes that leaves unimaginable scars on people's brains. And this is an issue that I am taking near and dear to our heart. We are taking it seriously. PTSD for firefighters and our law enforcement is a real thing, and we are seeing probably a disproportionate amount of suicides in our first responder communities. I want to say so far this year, just in South Florida, I want to say there was 5 or 6, don't quote me on that, suicides just from fire so far this year. You have to think that when they get on scene, that when they get on site, they see things that probably most other people don't see. And I'm not going to go into the specifics, but I've heard some of the stories, and I would tell you that would scar me. So we need to do more to make sure that we care for them. And the good thing about Florida is we take action. We just not sit there. We understand when there's a problem, and then we identify the problem, and then we try to correct the problem. We saw this years ago with cancer presumption. We went from treating to cancer to preventing the cancer. And hopefully at some point in the future, we are going to recognize that there is an epidemic of first responders taking their own lives. And now we need to move to prevention. So we need to do everything that we possibly can to support them, to make sure that that they know that they are loved in our communities and they have a support system. And no matter what it feels like today, it's going to get better tomorrow. So we're going to stand with them and make sure that we are taking care of them. You know, if we are going to ask our brothers and sisters to head towards danger, we want to make sure that they know that they have the support, the equipment, and the employers, who is government, behind them and get their backs. But the more we discuss and the more we have these public conversations in terms of policy, public policy, I think we are going to eventually get to the point where we are going to stem some of these suicide rates amongst our first responders.
We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. The Council on American Islamic Relations Florida chapter continued with their annual trip to the state capitol in Tallahassee today. They wanted to bring to light a number of concerns with the Muslim American community. This comes, though, after Governor Ron DeSantis recently designated CARE as a domestic terrorist organization. The Attorney General James Uthmeier posted on social media ahead of their event at the Capitol today, saying that he had requested law enforcement to be on heightened alert for any possible security threats. A couple of lawmakers, including State Representative Anna Eskamani from Orlando and Angie Nixon from Jacksonville, spoke at this event, where we heard from some of the leaders with CARE Florida's, the Florida chapter of that organization, and a couple of lawmakers as well, highlighting what some of their priorities when it comes to legislation in the State House, and also talking about exercising their right to free speech by being there and holding this news conference earlier today.
Thank you for being here to exercise our constitutional rights, our First Amendment rights to free speech, and for displaying patriotism in our presence here today. There were some hesitations about whether or not we should be here, but we decided the most patriotic thing to do was to meet with our elected officials. This is a tradition that the Muslim community has upheld for decades, is to meet once a year in the Capitol building with our elected officials to voice Muslim community members' concerns and to tell the community to tell our representatives and our senators what the Muslim community is about, who we are, and also to express some of those big concerns that we have today. Today, though, we're here to celebrate something very, very beautiful, and it is the passing of the Muslim American Heritage Month in the Florida House. I want to really thank the champions of this bill, Representative Eskamani. I want to thank Representative Nixon also for allowing us the space here today. Thank you guys to our elected officials who make room and create space to recognize their constituents. We are all part of the Florida fabric. We are all part of this community. Some of you who are listening or watching may know Muslims. How do you know Muslims? They may be your teachers in the public school systems. They may be your engineers. They may be your professors at school, your doctors. They may be your convenience store owners. Muslims are deeply embedded into the fabric of society. I'll tell you where Muslims are not going to be found. I'm sorry to mention this. Muslims are not going to be found in controversial files that are going out, because that's not what Muslims do. That's not the contributions that we have. That's not the contributions that we give to our society. Muslims have for decades, for centuries, been a part of the American fabric. Muslims have been a part of this American fabric, and we are law-abiding citizens. Even civil rights is a constitutional right. Even speaking up against our elected officials should not put targets on the Muslim community, because that's part of the checks and balance systems that we have in the United States. That's part of our ability as a Muslim civil rights group or any civil rights group to keep our elected officials in check and to remind the elected officials of who they serve. Our Florida elected officials serve the people of Florida. Our money should be going toward serving the people of Florida. Our efforts should be toward serving the people of Florida. And so this resolution recognizes American Muslims and who they are and their contributions to this great state. And I want to thank the representatives and the senators who are supporting and championing this bill. And I want to thank the community for coming here despite the intimidation, despite the efforts to stop us, for coming here and exercising our rights to be present and to speak out. Thank you very much.
Very eloquently said. Next up, we have Representative Anna Eskamani, the Democratic ranking member of the State Affairs Committee and the Ways and Means Committee. She'll be representing and announcing a very special announcement for Muslim heritage.
Thank you so much. First of all, it's great to be back here in Tallahassee. Trying to stay warm, cold around us. And I especially want to say thank you to the first timers that are here. Raise your hand if you've never been to the state capitol before. It's your first time here. Okay. I love it. Mashallah. This is such a beautiful representation of who we are as Florida. And I'm just so grateful that y'all have taken the time out of your very busy schedules to be here to not only celebrate this beautiful resolution for Muslim American Heritage Month, to really also show up as your authentic selves. and to realize that you have a voice in this process, regardless of what others may say. And I'm deeply, deeply touched by your courage to still be here, despite some of the noise around you. And for those who know me, my name is Dr. Anna Escamani. I proudly serve District 42 in the Florida State Legislature, which is a very diverse district. We are home to every type of Floridian you can think of, and I really acknowledge that my family is Iranian American, and of course that is one way I have a connection to celebrating Muslim Heritage Month. And I remiss to acknowledge that there are protests that have been taking place in Iran to uplift civil rights and women's rights, and I do want to acknowledge the women and the people, especially young people of Iran, who continue to advocate, much like many of us find ourselves advocating here in the United States, on an array of issues, but especially centering on civil rights and immigrant rights and so many other everyday topics that are personal for us. And so I deeply appreciate y'all making the time to come up here to be that voice, because oftentimes, unfortunately, in our polarized environment, a lot of assumptions are made, a lot of stigma is shared, and sometimes I feel like this is deja vu to the aftermath of the 9/11 tragedy, where we saw a lot of individuals of any type of Muslim identity be targeted and harassed and so forth. And so I think it's really important to model our diverse, pluralist society, to uplift all voices and to not reflect the hate back, right, as much as possible. And that's why this resolution was so important for me to do now. I think it's at least our second year doing it, maybe third. But in this context, we wanted to make sure that the Muslim Day of the Capitol was also honored by a resolution. I will not read all of it in great detail, but I do want to honor the incredible contributions that the Muslim American community continues to make. I think if anyone here has ever went to a doctor's office, you're probably positively impacted by Muslim American. If you've ever done research at an academic environment or engaged in cultural cuisine or music, you absolutely have been impacted by the contributions of the Muslim community. From businessmen and owners of businesses like the Jacksonville Jaguars, all the way to some of our longest serving judges and most faithful attorneys. We have seen the profound impact of the Muslim American community. In fact, we actually have now a judge, the former State Representative Christopher Benjamin, who is mentioned in this resolution as the first Muslim American elected to the Florida House of Representatives, and he will not be the last.
Democratic State Representative Anna Escamani speaking at this news conference earlier today at the Florida State Capitol. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth was in Central Florida today, continuing his Arsenal of Freedom tour by visiting the Blue Origin Rocket Park campus on Cape Canaveral. He met with Jeff Bezos, who is head of Amazon, who owns Blue Origin. He toured the factory, and he also spoke to the workforce at that factory, Blue Origin, talking about a number of topics, including the importance of space to our country's national security. In fact, he said space is the ultimate high ground. Here's part of his remarks earlier today. The Secretary of War in Florida.
No more excuses, no more barriers to entry, no more monopolies. Guaranteeing that companies like Blue Origin in factories just like this one can compete. And yes, that means speaking some tough truths, as the president did when he signed an executive order on January 7th, ordering big defense contractors to be held to the highest of standards. No more egregious executive bonuses, no more stock buybacks, no more ridiculous CEO salaries when you can't even deliver weapons on time for the warfighter. The companies we invest in need to prioritize the warfighter. We need to put the warfighters first, just as you put your products every day first. And that's why it's an honor to look out at this great audience here of Americans who appreciate the spirit of that executive order. You see, I don't mind people making lots and lots of money. Please make lots and lots of money. But if you're going to do so, deliver for the American people and the taxpayers the capabilities you said you would deliver. That is something you do here. And so I hope you make lots of money. I'm telling the guy who makes a lot of money to make a lot more money. We love that. I'm a capitalist. We all are. But we need to raise the urgency of the moment requires it. You sit in the Oval Office with President Trump, and I know you have, sir, you feel it. He gets what we're up against. He gets how important it is. He understands the capability of the American worker. That if we unleash the American worker and American industry, we will outcompete. We will out-innovate. But buildings like the Pentagon have held that back for decades. And with this Arsenal of Freedom tour, we say no more. We will unleash American space dominance. You see, it was President Trump also in 2019 who established the Space Force as the 6th military branch, and he established it for a reason. In warfare, we can't just command the skies and the seas or our hemisphere. We have to dominate the ultimate high ground. We've always known this. Any infantryman knows this. Anybody knows this. Whoever controls the high ground controls the fight. Space is the ultimate high ground. So we will chart the path. We will set the tone. We always have, and we will again. So in conjunction with our efforts from the Space Force, we will continue to ensure peace through strength with our partners who are critical. Companies like Blue Origin, companies like SpaceX, and others who are critical to ensuring that we dominate space. We welcome those partners, and we will stand shoulder to shoulder with you in these critical efforts. You see, we don't care. You care. But we don't care what company name is printed on the side of a rocket. You should care. I know you hope it says Blue Origin. We don't care what company name appears on, ladders on planes or what company name is painted on a satellite. We just want the best. And we don't care how many lobbyists or accountants you have. If you create the best, the fastest, on behalf of taxpayers and warfighters, you're going to win. And that's what President Trump's War Department expects. And I'm hopeful, and based on what I saw today, Blue Origin's going to do plenty of winning. And that's a great thing. That's a great thing for your company. That's a great thing for you. But most importantly, that's a great thing for our country. That's what we need. That's what my kids and grandkids need. They need men and women like you dedicated to your craft. That's what the trigger pullers need, the pilots need, the surface warfare officers need, the medics need, all those guys and gals wearing camouflage need you. They need Blue Origin. They need space dominance. That's our job at the War Department, is to allow you to run and run as fast as you can. And your leadership here knows, and the rest of the leadership across our defense industrial base need to know, this is not about Wall Street. It's not about dividends. It's not about stock buybacks. This is about warriors. And how quickly can we deliver them to them as quickly as possible, the most lethal capabilities. President Trump is deadly serious. He feels the urgency, and so do I. We must rebuild our arsenal of freedom, maintain supremacy over the space domain. We'll go fast, and we'll move fast every single day. And as I look out at all of you, cold, but heads nodding. I see heads nodding everywhere. We have the best workforce in the world, the best engineers, the best entrepreneurs, and the best innovators. This crowd right here on Merritt Island. And I want to express my appreciation for all of you. You have taken and ran with that demand signal. You know what time it is. Your leadership knows what time it is. And that's all we can ask for. And that we deliver that same message across the entire country. Go fast, take risks, and continue to build the best and build in America. The urgency of the moment requires this. So thank you for inviting us here. Thank you for grabbing onto the challenge that President Trump has given us. We are grateful for everything that you do. It's been an honor to meet a lot of you, by the way, who have kids or grandkids that serve. I got a chance to meet a bunch of you who are vets yourselves, who continue to serve. You wore the uniform, you're serving again, shoulder to shoulder with the best. And I'll just end by saying what President Trump said over the radio to the incredible Americans who went to downtown Caracas. He simply said, good luck and Godspeed. Now, I know that you guys don't need luck. You're good at what you do. But Godspeed, because we need the skills, we need the craftsmanship, we need the leadership that you're showing right here. Ultimately, you hand those tools to us, and it's our job to defend you and to defend this country. Because under President Trump, the golden age of American dominance is only just beginning.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth speaking earlier today at Blue Origin. Before touring that facility, he also stopped by Patrick Space Force Base, where he administered the oath of enlistment to a number of folks, and also recognized a number of service members by presenting them with a Department of War coin. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. give you a live look right now at Artemis 2 on the launch pad as they are doing a wet dress rehearsal ahead of the upcoming launch expected later this month for this next moon mission. Going to be a lunar flyby mission, and a lot of excitement for what that means, and a lot of eyes on this rehearsal that is going on right now. I want to bring in one of our space experts to talk about this, Dr. Addie Dove, UCF Physics Department Chair and Professor. And Dr. Dove, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Great to talk with you.
So let's first, before we get into kind of what all is going on right there and sort of the latest, just to talk to us about what a wet dress rehearsal is, this fueling test, and kind of the role that it plays, why something like this is done ahead of a launch.
Yeah, every step leading up to a launch is a way to verify that things are working the way they're expected to work and that things are going to flow seamlessly on launch day. And so the wet dress rehearsal is one of the last steps that really says this rocket is ready to go. So it's a rehearsal that doesn't involve the crew in the rocket at all, but it does involve doing almost everything else that leads up to launch. And especially it's called wet because it involves fueling the vehicle. So this is where they're actually putting the hydrogen and oxygen into the tanks and fueling the vehicle like they would on the day of launch.
Why is something like this so important? What do they learn from it?
Yeah, with rockets, and especially with this new Artemis rocket, right? The whole system is complicated, and we're doing technologies that either haven't been used in a long time or are new. And so this is Artemis 2. It's only the second time the SLS and the Orion capsule have been stacked like this. And so there's a lot of things that we're still learning at each step along the way. They've made changes from Artemis 1, and so they have to make sure that the rocket behaves like they expect it to. So this is really to check out, can we fuel the vehicle like we expect to in launch conditions leading up to the flight?
And so one of the latest updates, we know NASA has been giving updates throughout the day on kind of how this has been going. I want to pull up the latest update here saying that they had to stop the flow of liquid hydrogen through the tail service mast umbilical interface into the core stage because there were leak concentrations that exceeded allowable limits. Dr. Dove, first of all, what does this mean?
What does that mean? Yeah, so the two things that are being loaded into the rocket are liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. And liquid oxygen, you can see there, continues to flow. So those are the two things that when you combine them, it makes the rocket fuel. But they're stored in different tanks in the vehicle. So the liquid oxygen is going to continue to flow, and we didn't have as many problems with that in the last time. I was remembering back to Artemis 1, there was a ton of troubleshooting and problems, mostly with the hydrogen tanks. Part of this is just hydrogen is tiny. The little molecules themselves are teeny tiny, and it's so easy to get leaks of hydrogen. If you can imagine gas leaks in any sort of pipe or flow you have, it's just really easy to get gas leaks, and hydrogen is tiny, tiniest molecule. So it's really easy to get those leaks. And so troubleshooting where that is and why it's leaking could take a while. Hopefully they're going to be able to pause it, see where it's leaking, what might be the source, and come up with some fixes.
And so when something like this comes up in a rehearsal like this, is this concerning? How should we look at this when we see something like this happening today?
Yeah, and again, it's the hydrogen, so it's sort of, I wasn't surprised to see necessarily that there was a leak and that they were having to pause operations. Part of the whole thing is doing this rehearsal so that they find these problems now. Sometimes it's just that a valve isn't tight enough or it was attached differently and they just need to fix that, right? And so those are the kinds of things that you can find as you go through the flow, and then the next time they do it, those have all been corrected. So it could be something really straightforward today, or it could be something where they need to pause the rest of the test and then they would have to go through this whole process again.
And it says the update from NASA says they're using the troubleshooting procedures that were developed after Artemis 1. So these are some procedures, as you said, that they've kind of have been working on before.
Yeah. Yeah, they developed lots of procedures. I mean, they already have plans for what happens in different scenarios, but then after Artemis 1, they had several different times when they did different flow tests, and they had leaks that they found at different phases. I remember even the night of the final launch, there was like the red team that had to go to the pad and fix something right before launch, and we weren't sure if it was going to happen. So it keeps it interesting. I don't know, without knowing anything more specifically about the problem yet, it's hard to know if this is going to be a short delay or a long delay, but they do have built-in time into the timeline to address things like that, especially during the wet dress rehearsal.
We know they had said that they would kind of wait and see how things went today, look over all the data from it before they set a launch date. What will they kind of be looking for when it comes to evaluating how this went and when they're going to be able to launch Artemis 2?
Yeah, so other than this current leak, they're going to be assessing if there are any additional issues, if pressures are achieved in the tanks like they expect, if everything else goes the way they expect it to go, and then if it all works and they feel like they can fill the tanks, and if they feel like they can get the vehicle ready for flight, they go up until almost that flight milestone, until launch milestone in these tests. If they feel like they can go through that whole phase, then they'll be comfortable to do the flight.
Dr. Addie Dove, UCF Physics Department Chair and Professor, we appreciate your expertise and your time. Always enjoy talking with you, and thanks for joining us on Florida Live today.
Great to talk with you. I'll be watching closely.
All right, and we will talk more with you about it soon, I'm sure.
Sounds good.
So we are watching that from our Space Coast. We are also continuing to watch more winter weather across the country and some of the impacts of that. I want to bring in Fox Weather's Haley Meyer, who is joining us live from Greenville, North Carolina right now. Haley, you've been in North Carolina for a few days now, from before the snow started, and now you're dealing with quite a bit there.
Yeah, I mean, this was the most significant snowstorm they've had in 2 decades. You have to go all the way back to 2004 for the entire state of North Carolina to look this snowy. In Greenville, North Carolina, we had varying reports, anywhere from 8 inches of snow to as much as 15 inches of snow. The official report they're going to go with is 8.5, but truly in my experience being here, I think we at least saw a foot. And the official report of at least 13 inches, a little above 13 inches, is the record for Greenville, and that goes all the way back to 1896. So truly, this is something that they don't see every day, and they probably won't see again in this lifetime unless Mother Nature wants to dish up another crazy thing here too. Right now, the big problem are the roads. I mean, this is where we have some concerns. Below me, a lot of ice, and seriously, I have fallen a couple of times walking on this, so I'm just being careful. But you can see just how easily my boot glides, and that's what some of the side roads look like here, Garrett. When we talk about the main thoroughfares, they've done really well. That's been the focus of the Department of Transportation. But now they're starting to work on some of the side roads, but that could take a couple of days. Local officials, they're saying, hey, make sure that you guys move your cars off of the side roads. You may have to break out the shovel, dig them out, but make sure that you do that so all of these plows and trucks can come in and clear out the roads within the next couple of days. Schools, government offices, a lot of them are closed for today. Still pending some conversation on tomorrow. My best guess is we probably will have them closed tomorrow, at least here in Greenville, just given the ice threat with the refreeze overnight. As temperatures right now hovering well above freezing, we'll get to about 38, 40 degrees, and then overnight temperatures, those are going to drop into the teens. And so that's where more ice can start to fill up on some of these side roads. But it's not all bad in North Carolina. I mean, in Florida, you probably don't get 15 inches of snow, but when you live in the South, it's interesting. You don't necessarily have all of the snow tools like sleds to enjoy yourself. So I was able to catch up with some college students at East Carolina University and saw some of the creativity they were using to enjoy their snow day. Take a look.
All right, Haley, I don't think we have that, unfortunately, but it sounds like they had a great time. Glad they had a great time out there. I hope you are staying warm as well, and we appreciate you joining us and giving us that update live from Greenville, North Carolina this afternoon.
Of course, no problem, Garrett.
So they've got it much worse than we had down here. That's for sure. We've had those frigid temperatures. They've got all that snow and ice on top of it that they are also dealing with. Well, we are out of time here on Florida Live. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon. More live streaming news coverage continues next on Fox Local and on YouTube. Have a great day.
Watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Hi, I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for watching Fox 35 News Plus as we speak with each of the major candidates for Florida governor. Pleased to be joined today by former Congressman David Jolly, Democratic candidate for governor.
Good to be with you, Garrett.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you coming in. Really do appreciate your time. I know it's a busy time on the campaign trail. Just talk to us first of all about how things are going, what you're doing, and how things are going on the campaign trail.
Look, since I was with you, since we announced, I think we've done 160 town halls, I believe, across the state, from small towns like Milton and Molino on the Alabama border to Key West down in Monroe County and everywhere in between. I say I'm doing what Lawton Childs did in 1970. I'm just driving, not walking. But look, the campaign's going great. I think change is here. Floridians are screaming for change. Now, the reason they're screaming for change, unfortunately, sadly, is I think we are a state that is in the grip of an economic crisis, not just an affordability crisis, I think an economic crisis. We remain exhausted by the culture wars and by the division. And I think Floridians are just looking for something different. And I think for the first time in 30 years, Florida's ready to elect a Democratic governor.
You mentioned these town halls, and we're going to get into some of those issues. Sure. But I first just want to get your thought. Are there things you're hearing from voters at these town halls that surprise you at all?
I think the significance of what I call an economic crisis, and I say this very specifically, we've been talking about the affordability crisis for about a year. We saw that litigated in New Jersey and Virginia and the city of Miami during their mayor's race, and it seems now everybody's talking about the affordability crisis. And I think that's great. But I would suggest what I'm seeing is that it's so much more dire than that. Not for everybody, right? For a lot of the state, the economy is doing fine. The economic acceleration is great, but we have a state that's leaving too many people behind, far more than half of the state. So 50% of the state doesn't have enough savings to last for 2 weeks. We have families now going without health care. We've abandoned public education so that now families look for a local public school. It may be closing on them. They look to a choice school, and not only does the choice school not have to provide the same standards and academics and offerings of public schools, but they charge tuition on top of the voucher. We have people who can't stay in their homes because of the cost of homeowners insurance. We have people who may never attain home ownership at all, and we have families who are, what I've now learned, are chasing rents. They can't afford the rent from month to month in some places. They're having to take their kids out of school. You're seeing an increase of truancy in some environments. So look, if Florida's going great for you, it's going great. If it's working, let's keep doing what's working for you. But it's not working for all Floridians. And I think the level at which I'm seeing that crisis has been what has been most compelling in these town halls.
And we're going to dive into that issue of affordability because, we know from poll after poll, from talking to people, sure. I know you hear it too. It's the number one issue, that's really on a lot of people's minds. So we're going to dive into that. But I do want to first start because we're recording this on a day that we have some new polling out from Mason-Dixon showing you up 23-19 in the Democratic primary against Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings. Still a large chunk of undecided voters at this point, which you would certainly expect this early in the race. Mayor Demings is a longtime Democrat.
Sure.
You were a former Republican
Yeah.
Who is now a Democrat. Can you talk about your, for lack of a better term, kind of conversion and kind of how things changed and, that led to you switching your party affiliation?
Yeah, I'd love to. And I spent about 6 years as an independent as well, which is
yes,
the largest voting bloc of the state are independents. And what I discovered as an independent is most people just want big answers to big problems, and we've got big problems. And so I say I'm in a very post-ideological space of my life and my political career. I think when we tether ourselves to major party dogma, to the left-right political spectrum, and to labels, are you conservative, progressive, moderate, I think we're selling ourselves short. We actually need enterprise solutions to big problems that we face. So I think we need a state catastrophic fund for insurance, right? That is removing hurricane coverage from the private market and the government accepting full responsibility of it. I think we need to return to the direct delivery of primary health care services, the county health clinics that we had in Florida when I was growing up. But I still think government should be lean and efficient. We should look to the private sector first for our solutions. But if the private sector doesn't have a solution to some of these affordability issues, we need to step in with the role of government. I think we've abandoned public education. We need a 10-year renaissance in public education. But I'm a Democrat who says let's keep the choice program. But if a choice school is going to participate in the voucher program, they should have to teach a kid to read. A choice school in Florida today doesn't have to teach a kid to read. They get to take the voucher money, but they don't have to provide an individual education program. They don't have to provide academic excellence, trigonometry in 10th grade, access to the trades or the arts. And so I don't know where that puts me on the left-right spectrum, and I don't care. Here's why I'm a proud Florida Democrat today. 3 values I've always had in politics and life. I think the economy should work for everyone, absolutely everyone. We shouldn't condemn success, but we should make sure the economy is working for everyone. I think government can improve people's lives. Access to health care, home ownership, upward mobility, retirement security. And I think we should be a place where everyone's rights are protected and their dignity celebrated, regardless of the color of their skin, where they were born, who they love, or who they worship. Those are values. Those are values I've had my whole life as a Republican and an independent, but they're values that I do see as rooted in Democratic Party tradition. It's why I'm a proud Democrat, but I am talking about a platform so much bigger than just our party.
Let's talk affordability and what you have said. You know, we've heard it called the affordability crisis time after time. You say it's larger.
It's an economic crisis.
So how did we get here?
How did we get here? I think we abandoned the responsible social investments that have been what has made America great in a post-World War II economy and in post-World War II America. What do I mean by that? We're a capitalist economy. We should remain a capitalist economy. But along the way, our capitalist economy has included responsible investments in a robust public education system. Now we are attacking public education and abandoning it. We've included investments in access to health care, affordable health care. Now that's gotten away from people. Access to home ownership, to retirement security. All of those have required responsible social investments that we have decided to use our taxpayer dollars for. I think if you can go back to the rise of Newt Gingrich in the 90s, I was part of the class of Republicans that went into D.C. thinking we needed to tackle the debt, we needed to tackle the deficit, we needed a leaner government. But in the time since I kind of started my departure from the Republican Party, I do believe the Republican Party has decided to dismantle government, to dismantle the responsible social investments that have made capitalism great in America. And as a result now, the economy's gotten away from people. So I think my great fear in Florida is without a return to the responsible administration of government, Florida will become a home for the rich and the reckless and leave half the state or more behind. I think it should be a home for everybody.
When it comes to the issue of property taxes, we know there's a big discussion going on right now, and we have also heard from the governor talking about it again during his State of the State address this week. Democratic leaders in the House and Senate coming out afterward and saying that they think that's a misplaced focus and that the issue is property insurance. Do you think both are issues when it comes to the affordability crisis going on, or do you think one is playing more of a role than other?
Look, I fought for a national catastrophic fund in Congress. I think we need a state catastrophic fund. I think the insurance market has collapsed around us. But I would tell you I'm a Democrat who thinks we need property tax relief. Now, I've been a Republican. I don't think Republican math ever works out. And I think what Republicans in Tallahassee are proposing ultimately is going to shift the cost onto renters. It is going to defund critical services. And I just don't think their final plan will work out. But let's see what the math looks like. But what I'll tell you, Garrett, is we do need property tax relief. I think we need property tax relief for first-time home buyers. Right, we have a Save Our Homes and Portability program that benefits longtime homeowners, but we have no benefit for the first-time home buyer. So that first-time home buyer who buys a long-time homesteaded property, their second-year tax bill can jump by 300 or 400%. So I think we need targeted first-time home buyer tax relief, and I would suggest if we're in the midst of an affordability crisis, perhaps we need to expand the state homestead exemption. Either do it writ large, do it for people based on certain income groups or retiree. I think targeted homestead exemption tax relief is important as well, but the math has to work. We can't just defund services. I think the long-term plan of Republicans in Tallahassee is to make local communities wards of the state. Meaning, if you are a good Republican community for Tallahassee, they'll make sure you have your resources. But if you're a blue community with different priorities than Tallahassee, they're going to withhold resources from you. This is about strangling the ability of municipalities to have local control. I used to be a Republican that thought local control was one of the fundamental premises of our party. The government closest to the people was best. As governor, I would return to local control.
Let's talk about property insurance. And you mentioned the statewide catastrophic fund. Can you talk more about what you would like to see with that?
Sure. Right now, 60 to 70% of your homeowner's insurance bill is to cover hurricanes and natural disasters because we're a state that denies climate science, and we have not prepared for the changing economic challenges as a result of climate change. And so I just think the private market is incapable nationally of covering natural disaster risks. Hurricanes in Florida, flooding in Texas, wildfires in California. So while I wish there was a private sector solution, I don't think there is one. If we were to take the state hurricane fund right now, that has about $8 billion in it, Republicans fund it every year, it's not controversial, but they use it to bail out insurance companies, not homeowners. If we were to actually build the hurricane fund, you've got to get it over about $30 billion. You could start by taxing insurance companies. Right now, Republicans let them ship their profits out of state, keep their losses here. If we were to build up the hurricane fund large enough, the state could begin to act like a complete insurer against hurricanes. What does that mean? It means if 60 to 70% of your current homeowner's insurance bill is for hurricane and natural disasters, and we remove that from your bill, you save 60 to 70% on your homeowner's insurance. That's the future of natural disaster coverage, whether Florida's the first to do it or not. I just think Florida should lead the way in this.
Let's talk about kind of the intersection of the economy and legal immigration. Do you think H-1B, the visas and the proliferation of them is driving down wages here in the state?
I don't. I think H-1B visas are filling some critical job and labor shortages. I know my Republican friends continue to try to attack every lane of both legal and illegal immigration. I think that's wrong. I think we should recognize the economic and cultural contributions that immigrants have had in Florida and across the country and have today. And so that is not a concern of mine.
Let's talk illegal immigration. We know during the DeSantis administration, specifically since President Trump was inaugurated a year ago, the state has played a large role even on the national level, getting attention for the efforts here. What would illegal immigration enforcement look like under a David Jolly administration?
I think we should create safe communities. I want to be very specific about this language. I think the governor and in large part the president right now, they're not fighting crime, they're fighting communities. They're fighting our immigrant communities. There's a higher propensity of violent and property crimes in our native-born American communities than in our immigrant communities. But to hear this governor talk about it, he would suggest that immigration is the greatest threat we face. I think we should trust local law enforcement officers to direct the resources to create safe communities. So if in Orange County or Orlando or St. Petersburg or Tampa, that means guns or sex crimes or gangs or immigration, let local law enforcement determine where best to deploy resources, and let's make sure they have the resources to continue to keep our communities safe. I'll give you a good example. One jurisdiction right now in the state of Florida, I sat with the police chief. He said, we have a backlog of about 12 cases of sexual predators going after youth, and we don't have enough officers to investigate it because they've been required by the 287G agreements to move some of their officers to immigration cases. Immigration's not a problem in that community. But now they have increased the vulnerability of youth in that community because they don't have enough officers. That is because of the heavy hand of our governor in suggesting that we are going to engage in these ICE agreements. I think the ICE agreements do not need to be required. I think we need to provide resources to local law enforcement to determine how best to create safe communities.
You think too much, the agreements are taking too much of the resources away from local law enforcement agencies to kind of
They're tying their hands, they're abandoning local control, and they're also manipulating how we attack crime. I don't think the greatest threat to our community is the responsible worker who's shown up every day for 12 years for the job without so much as a speeding ticket to earn a day's wage, to put food on the table for his 2 kids, to learn English and pursue the American dream. Look, if I was in the place of a county mayor, for instance, I would not sign the 287G agreements. I think it was wrong for Mayor Demings to sign the 287G agreements. And if you look at what's happened, we've now seen over 5,000 ICE detainees in Orange County at a significant cost to the taxpayers, now supported by a decision by the Orange County mayor. I simply think that was wrong.
Let's talk education. You've previously supported school vouchers. Where do you stand on that now? And are we'll start with that one.
Yeah.
Just talk about school vouchers and where you stand.
Well, let's start with the pretext of that. I think we need a 10-year renaissance in public education. I think we need a 10-year renaissance of funding for public education. I think we should take a portion of our tourist development tax dollars. I know we're in Orlando, but I think voters could approve 10% of our tourist development tax dollars to go into teacher pay and to the infrastructure in our public schools, pay our teachers 30% more, move them into the top half nationally, and create an environment where Florida's families want to rush into our public education system again. But then I am a Democrat who says we don't have to kill the choice program, but we have to apply the same standards and rules and offering requirements on our choice schools that we put on our public schools. Here's what I mean by that, Garrett. A choice school in the state of Florida does not have to teach your kid to read today. Your first grade kid in a choice school can't read, the school gets to kick them out. They take the voucher and they say, sorry, your kid can't read, we're sending them back to public school. Send us a kid who can read. I think if a choice school takes vouchers, they should have to provide the same services, standards, and offerings, an individual education program for the kid who can't read, access to academic excellence, trigonometry in 10th grade, access to the trades, to the arts, whatever it might be. If it is a good enough requirement for our public schools, it should be a requirement on our choice schools as well. If we do that, then we're fighting for Florida's families, because we're saying we want you to have the best public education system in the entire country right here in Florida. But if you choose choice, we're going to make sure these choice schools actually have to provide the same product that our public schools are providing your kids.
You mentioned the funding for public schools, because we have seen some concerns from these school districts and schools that are running into issues as students kind of leave, and all of a sudden they're saying that they're having trouble keeping the doors open.
We have abandoned public education in the state of Florida, and it's a moral wrong. It's a moral wrong that our teachers are paid dead last in the nation. We're the 3rd largest state with a growing economy. We pay our teachers dead last in the nation. We still have some schools that are 80-year-old structures with portables and trailers in the backyard as classrooms, with leaky window air conditions, and the playground's a dusty field under an oak tree. And if you offer a new construction small choice school, of course Florida's families are going to abandon public education because our politicians have abandoned it. So let's reinvest in public education, fight for Florida's families, give them access to a exciting, excellent public education environment. And then if you're going to choose a choice school, let's make sure it's actually providing the same services, but it goes deeper than that. If a choice school takes a voucher, they've got to cap tuition at that. They don't get to charge families tuition on top of that voucher, because the whole idea that Jeb had 20 years ago is we're going to help families in need. You're not helping families in need if you're taking the voucher, but you say we need another $6,000 in tuition on top of that. The choice program under Republican leadership has created an educational crisis that we are just entering the final phase of. We need a governor to step in and triage it and reverse it.
What happens, in your mind, what happens if it's not reversed?
I think Republican education policy in Tallahassee is intent on having public education be a platform for a permanent underclass in the state of Florida. And I think it's a moral wrong. And I think it deserves condemnation what they're doing.
Let's talk about higher education. For years now, in-state tuition has remained flat. Would that remain a priority? And you think that's something that would continue to be feasible to do going forward?
I think so. Listen, I'm somebody who believes in math and science and data and all the other things that contribute to human progress. So the math has to work, right? I mean, this is part of the hijinks of the property tax repeal in Tallahassee right now. I do think we should keep in-state tuition where it is, but more importantly, I think we should give preference to in-state students to our flagship universities. Right? If a child has the same scores and qualifications from Florida as someone from North Carolina, let's give that University of Florida slot to the kid from Florida. We pay for it as taxpayers. And the frustration you hear from Florida's families that they can't access our flagship universities, let's see if we can fix that. My greatest concern with the state university system is that Ron DeSantis has turned them into these ideological playgrounds where he's appointed failed politicians to lead them without any qualifications for institutional advancement or academic excellence. I actually think I want to remake the entire board of governors for the state university system and return to a place where we're going to have college presidents that know how to pursue academic excellence and institutional advancement and abandon this ideological test bed that Ron DeSantis has tried to lay down in the state of Florida.
Let's talk about healthcare. We know that there are a lot of families. We talk about affordability.
Yeah.
Affordable healthcare is people are starting this year with premiums going through the roof. What role do you see the state? What role do you think the state should play in making sure that people can afford health care?
And in my last year on the trail, this is probably one of the areas where I've seen the most precise crisis developing. And listen, I'm a preacher's kid. I don't come from wealth, but obviously I've been fortunate to serve in Congress. I'm an attorney, but I'll be working for the rest of my life. We have 2 young kids. We had to remove our children from the only pediatrician they've known this year just because we couldn't afford the insurance that covered them. This is just a local family doctor. This isn't a concierge platinum type program. And we are in so much more fortunate position than many others in the state of Florida. Here's what I know is happening. Florida has not expanded Medicaid. We're one of 10 states, and we should. It is an economic return to the state, and it improves qualitative outcomes for patients and families. But I've moved one step further. Growing up in Florida, I remember the county health clinics, that regardless of your ability to pay, you could walk in and you could receive primary health care services for you or your children. I would go once a year or so for the school physicals if you wanted to play basketball or tennis or whatever it might be. I actually think while Washington figures out the negotiation game it plays with insurance all the time, we should step in as a state and directly fund primary health care services in all 67 counties. Return to the county health care clinic model. If you can't afford it, God bless you, you're still welcome to receive health care services. If you can, maybe you're going to get a bill of $100 or $150 like you might at an urgent care clinic right now. That may not be the long-term solution, but we need an immediate solution right now because it will be an economic return to the state and it will improve healthcare outcomes. And before my critics on the right say, oh, no, that's state-run healthcare, all this other stuff. No, we already fund, and the legislature, both in Tallahassee and the Republican Congress, make sure that we have funding for what we call community health centers, federally qualified community health centers that are providing services around the state. We already have a platform for it, but I think the state needs to lead in saying we are going to make direct access points for primary care health care available in the county seat of every county across the state.
I want to talk a little bit about governing.
Yeah.
You said earlier, before we get into that, you said earlier that you think Florida is ready to elect a Democratic governor.
I do.
Why do you say that?
Our congressional special elections in Florida this cycle have swung towards Democrats by 15 or 16 points. The city of Miami just elected a Democratic mayor for the first time in over 20 years. It wasn't close. It was by about 19 points. State legislative races here in the Orlando area swung by 15 and 20 points towards Democrats. But Garrett, we're not registering more Democrats. There's not this surge of Democratic Party registrations, but voters are saying they are desperate for change. And in Florida, we've had 30 years of Republican rule. And so if there's an affordability crisis, an education crisis, a healthcare crisis, an insurance crisis that is bothering you, now is the time you're saying, I'm willing to do something different because this state is in crisis and I don't know if I want to raise my kids here anymore. I don't know if I want to retire here anymore. You're facing these challenges that are permitting you for the first time in a long time to say, maybe we go back to what Bob Graham and Lawton Chiles stood for, which is the basic responsible administration of the government. Are we educating your kids? Can you get to work on time? Is the economy going to support you staying here and retiring? Are you going to be able to stay in your home? Because the answers to too many of those questions today are no under Republican leadership.
Even if you were elected governor as a Democrat, you would likely have a heavily Republican legislature still around you. So how would you govern? How would you get along with lawmakers in Tallahassee?
Let's start with what I get to do on day one. Through the appointment process, I get to fire the Surgeon General of the state. bring back somebody that believes in science and public health and vaccines. I get to appoint a new education commissioner, someone that believes in students and teachers and academia, bring back the books, let teachers teach. I get to replace, or at least nominate replacements for the Public Service Commission, people who regulate our utilities, bring in people that believe in clean and renewable energies and clean air and clean water and are going to fight for ratepayers and not fight for the legacy utility companies. I get to go through that entire appointment process, and we get to create a team of leaders who lead shoulder to shoulder with me, subject matter experts, adults who understand how to take this state to the next level. When it comes to working with Republicans in the legislature, I actually am still someone who thinks there are areas to work together. Early childhood education, pre-K area, student readiness. I think on a state catastrophic fund for insurance, we start with their model of the hurricane fund and we just expand it. But I would also suggest to you this, the political dynamic when Florida's voters elect a Democrat for the first time in 30 years will be so dramatically different than what we have in Tallahassee. Because in Florida, the deep red state of MAGA, where Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis live, if Florida's voters elect a Democratic governor, we will have stood up a new emerging political coalition the country has not seen in decades, rooted in Democratic Party values, but bigger than our party. And so I think the Republican legislators are going to have to worry less about their Democratic governor and more about their voters who just demanded historic change. And if it's of any help to me encouraging them to look at change, I'll be a Democratic governor who holds a line item veto, and they haven't faced that in nearly 30 years either.
We're almost out of time here. A couple lighter questions before we let you go. Is there a song that's at the top of your campaign playlist right now?
Don't Stop Believing. Look, I mean, I believe every day that change is here. It's why I'm in this race. I also like for the old school crowd to keep on the sunny side. I'm somebody that just is always the optimist that our better days are ahead. But we don't have a campaign theme song.
All right, and finally, if you're gearing up for a big day on the campaign trail, go-to meal for you.
Coke Zero. Coke Zero, and I try for an apple or a banana, so you start the day right and you don't go down that vending machine run all day.
Some fruit and caffeine. The caffeine, I'm sure, necessary on the campaign trail.
It.
Well, former Congressman David Jolly, Democratic campaign candidate for governor. We appreciate you coming in and joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you, Garrett. Appreciate it.